Good morning. We really gotta get a crossfade there. I know I say that every single time. I don't like pops or like weird cuts of blackness. If it was just a cut, it would be okay, but it's not. Black. Black. I mean, I guess I could just change the transition. So transition override. Cut. Cut. That didn't work. Wait, transition override. I said cut. Okay, it still cuts, and it doesn't matter. Hi, hello, it's me, Scott. There's probably a solution for this. Whatever. It's a silly problem. We, as you may have noticed, I've been a little cranky the last few days. Sort of, project part's not going well. This morning I realized part of it may just be vitamin D deficiency, because it's getting to that time of year where it's dark in Portland at 4:30 and it's cold and rainy. So I got some plant-based vitamin D gummies today, and I feel like that's going to really change everything. But two things happened. I was very annoyed with Heat yesterday. I'm really annoyed with the Twitch API. And last night I was drifting off to sleep. I had an idea, and it was one of those things that I was right on the edge of sleep when I had the idea, and so it wasn't quite clear if it was a good idea or a bad idea, or if I would remember it. So I tried to like drill it into my mind, like remember this, modifier keys, remember, and I remembered it. So that's good news. The other good news is the annoying problem we had yesterday with being able to test is still annoying. Make no mistake. The problem is still an annoying problem. But in poking around a bit this morning, I rediscovered the event sub thing that we played with a bit before. So I think we had played with it for channel transactions, but we can use it to get our extension transactions as well, like our bits transactions. So we don't have to worry quite as much about the stupid development loop. I think we can like push just a version of Heat that kind of works, and then get that event to us through that subscription setup, rather than like trying to post something from somewhere where we can do no inspection or logging to somewhere where it's kind of annoying to do inspection and logging. Because we'd have to keep deploying Cloudflare workers, etc., etc. It would be annoying. So, step one, as usual, is to pick some wallpaper. I really should be doing like some work today, but sometimes you gotta work on Heat. We gotta get monetization into Heat, and we'll be so rich that it won't even matter. And I say we, because we'll all be rich. Everyone watching this video right now, everyone watching this live, which at the moment is one person. One person gets a cut. I'm not going to say what the percentage is, but one person. Unfortunately, as new people join the stream, they get a cut of that cut. So it's kind of not even a pyramid scheme. I don't even know what kind of scheme it is. It's not a good one. I thought the second I said that, binary would appear out of nowhere, claiming his cut. Okay, we'll go. I don't want this wallpaper. I was about to settle for it, but I don't want to settle today. I want just the right wallpaper. I need something that gives me some, I don't know, less dreary vibes. It's pretty gross outside today. That's nice. Let's go with this. So we want to take a look at a couple things. First, we want to look at this. If this works, it will erase some amount of the annoyance from the last few days. Maybe not all of it, but it will. I think it will help. So I don't actually think this is going to work. So I think we have to do a couple things actually. How do we view the dashboard? Maintain all your browsing data. What? I just said no and it opened this stupid window. Cool. Okay, I think we have to unhost this to try the thing I'm about to try. Host meaning, you know, you just upload an in-development version in a really clunky way. I don't know anybody else that does this, actually. I mean, yeah, it's pretty weird. You just upload a zip file of your site, which I guess kind of makes sense. I like if it was going to be a whatever CI/CD, what's the word? Continuous deployment integration, whatever the kids call it these days. You would probably point this to a Git repository. But I think they basically review your files individually. I don't know if that's a human or a robot or what. But yeah, you have to upload a zip, which is pretty weird. Okay, so we want to unhost. How do we unhost? Status tab, move to local. I never know what to do, so I'm gonna just push these buttons that seem to do something. And we will then run front end, which just runs a little HTTP server. Video component is gonna need to go away. We learned yesterday. Pretty shocking revelation. So, really? Can I not scroll horizontally? I can. Okay, this is all a disaster. This has to go. Delete this. Create a new view. That is going to be the overlay view. All this other stuff should be fine. So this is just classic heat, good old-fashioned heat. So the thing I want to try, some time ago we tried. Okay, it would seem we're sending clicks. We are getting some kisses over to the left. Yeah. Okay. This seems to be working. So, there's some more kisses. The thing I want to try is modifier keys. And so, on a recent deployment of Heat, probably in May, I like this eternal kiss loop we have going on. We had the idea of like, oh, maybe support right clicks. And then I chickened out. Because I thought Twitch would get mad if we blocked right clicks. So I chickened out. The feature was in, and then I got rid of it. I don't even remember if I considered this at the time. It seems weird that I never considered this. Maybe it's something that I thought of and found a reason to not do it. But anyway, last night I was like, wait a second. Why don't we also support modifier keys in clicks if we want to, because then you could have shift click, alt click, and control click. And if we could do that, and if those aren't already bound in some way by Twitch, then we could do like, you know, one group is painting on the screen and the other group is erasing or whatever. Like it would let different people in chat do different things. The way that I had thought about doing that previously was, you know, like, oh yeah, you just have to click. If you're going to be painting, you put a paint button on the screen and you click it and you select it. But there'd be no real indicator. You wouldn't know what you were doing. It would not be good. It'd be a delay, like, just not ideal. Not as clean as the right click felt as far as immediate feedback, sort of on what you were trying to accomplish. So with modifier keys, the modifier keys seem not crazy. So inside here, for example, I believe in this event, we get some data about what keys are pressed. This is wrong because we're in this goofball thing. And it's always hard to tell, like, is something going to be blocked or weird, or the extensions are so sandboxed. Is that not the right way to do this? Twitch.org.log. I break something? It would seem I broke something. Is Twitch... What a break. Something obvious. What? What's wrong? I don't think I understand. I think I understand the issue here. Something about logging that event. I think it's something about how it wraps stuff. That I don't know. It seems like it gets weird. Okay. Well, that was weird. Is trusted true? So that's not what we want. We want probably something like the following. We want so in the click events, I believe we can get modifiers. That is a mouse event. So yeah, check this stuff out. Alt key, control key, meta key. Shift key. So for example, capital K. False, true. Okay, so this is kind of interesting, right? So what we could do could we do this? Should we do this? Is this possible? I kind of think this won't work. I think it actually gets mad about this, which is sort of annoying. But you could imagine this. You could imagine something like this. Where if you wanted to build... No, so normally it wouldn't matter. You get a click, it's no problem. But if you wanted to allow modifiers, you could. So Alt, Control, Meta, and Shift would be... I think I like this. Maybe tomorrow I won't like it. But... no. Alt. Alt. Having BIM issues this morning. X. Alt. Why did that not insert where I thought it would? Okay, whatever. X. I. CTRL. Meta. So, if you wanted to, the thing is, I would really kind of only want to add this if it was set. Like, we kind of wouldn't really want to set. We kind of wouldn't really want to, you know, we don't want to send false every time on this. This is already going to really bloat the payload. So we kind of only want to send these when it's relevant, but we'll ignore that for the moment. We can try to make the payload a bit tidier. So that's with an Alt key. That's with Control. Meta key. Don't want to do that because it's the stupid Windows key, but we'll ignore that for a second. And Shift. So the real question then becomes, does it do anything bad if you in just using heat, does it do something bad if you use those? So here's good old-fashioned heat, doing heat stuff. It's working. If I hold Shift, doesn't seem to do anything weird. Control. Meta, which is the Windows key, so it's gonna like open the Windows menu. Okay, that was a weird one, actually. Maybe I just double clicked quickly. It expanded the window. And Alt. Okay, double clicks are always a threat, so. But that seems to work. So yeah, I think I like this. The thing would be, is you want to only do it if any of these are. So what is the most concise way to do that? You know what I mean? Like, we'd have to add... Sort of forgot how we do this. So we send the click and we draw the click independently. Sending the click. So this is the payload we normally send. So you could imagine adding modifiers to this. Is that what you would call those? What would you call that? If you were going to talk about it, what would you call it? Did I close that window? Like in the mouse event, do they have a name for... Get modifier state returns the current state specified modifier key. Yeah, I think is modifier the right term to use? Modifier is active. I mean, oh my gosh, look at all these modifier keys. Shift key is press. Scroll lock. You can see if your scroll lock is on. You do different things with heat based on scroll lock. That's funny, the OS key. GTK and Mac. Okay, but this is only in Gecko. Okay, like Alt is always reliable. Control is always reliable. Caps Lock, surprisingly. Binary, we could. We could. Anybody with caps on. That is kind of funny that you could do something different with heat based on whether or not caps lock was locked. Control seems reliable. Function keys, none of these seem reliable. Meta, interestingly enough, is supported on Windows in Gecko. The meta key is annoying anyway, because on Windows it's always going to pop up the Windows menu. Numlock, not supported Android 2.3. A key on numpad pressed. That's interesting. Weird. Mac, no numlock. It's just if you have any key pressed on the numpad. Kind of into the scroll lock key. I think that's funny. Okay, other platforms, Alt, Control, Shift. Yeah, that seems like where we probably want to stick. I think that's funny though. I'm actually... Yeah, same here. I think I'm on record with this before, but my muscle memory currently isn't tied directly to the quality of my keyboard. If I'm on a high quality keyboard, then my muscles default to Windows shortcuts. And if I'm on my terrible 2016 MacBook Pro keyboard, then they default to Mac shortcuts. So I don't know what will happen if I get a non-terrible Apple computer. But I don't know. Broadly, they do okay. I definitely have some clumsiness going back and forth. Like, and it wavers. Screenshots are something that I screw up. I'll get used to it in one platform and then completely screw it up on the other. Like, I actually think the Windows screenshot shortcut is pretty good now. Like the snipping tool, the record screen is pretty good. Like some of the Windows shortcuts are pretty good, better than the Mac shortcuts in some cases. But I continually screw up Photoshop and Illustrator because so often those are like 4 key shortcuts anyway. And okay, anyway, so I think modifier is the right term. So what I would kind of propose is something like this. Where we can just have optional modifiers in any given click. This is a terrible payload, and someday we'll probably regret this. I mean, just it's very bloated, you know. But it makes it easy for humans to use. I think we can check. I think if we just go with Control Alt Shift, which is probably all I really want to go with, we can do any combination of those. So you could potentially get wild in creating your front end thing. So I don't think we do this. I think we do. This is the thing that's a little annoying. So we have to see if any of them are set. Or do we not? If any of them are set, modifiers becomes an object. And then you have to check them individually because I don't want to ever put false. You know, I only want to put them in. If we wanted to send their state as false, then this would be more straightforward, of course. But we explicitly don't want to do that. We need to do something like this. I think. It feels like there's a more concise way to do this. So basically we want to say modifiers is null. Modifier says no. If anything, if any of these are true, modifiers will become an object, and then for any of them that are relevant, we set the individual thing. I think that's the only way to avoid not just sticking false. Yeah, we just never want to send false, basically. It's false unless presumed false unless proven true. Something like this. The binary, you probably missed the very beginning, but there's something I had forgotten about with the new pub sub stuff, or sorry, event sub. It's so many different. There's so many different things in here, but in the Twitch API is this event sub thing, and we played with it some. It's annoying. It's a bit annoying, but it is a way to subscribe to whatever we want. And one of the things we can subscribe to, well, not whatever we want. So we had used it for, pretty sure we use this for channel points. Do we not? I don't even see points in here. Yeah, all this stuff. But this is in here too. Twitch, bits, transaction, create. So we can skip the whole JWT thing. We can skip that testing, make life a little easier, I believe, and just send this data somewhere useful. It's still annoying, don't get me wrong, still don't like it, but it makes it a little easier to, if we deploy a like dummy extension, we still have to upload an extension with a button for us to click, but now we can get that transaction via webhooks, which I think makes life a little easier because we can just run this locally. Wait, that's not true. We can't run it locally because it's a webhook. It can't hit us locally. We'd have to run it on Glitch or something, or push it. I forgot. This is an annoying thing because it's this like call and response thing. It's like a multi-step. Oh yeah, it's coming back to me how annoying this was. It's all coming back to me. It's not bad. Yeah, I started using it for when we were doing that what was that thing called? The Channel Points Challenge, whatever that thing was called. But I seem to remember it being annoying for local development because, you know, it's a webhook. So it has to be, I mean, whatever. I could forward something. Okay, it is coming back to me that this did suck though. It was not every other service on earth with webhooks. You just go to a web page and you put the URL that you want to use, and then you get the data. And I believe that is not, unless they changed it. It's this thing where you have to like actively subscribe, and then it has to call and respond and like verify that you're saying the endpoint that you say exists is there, and then if it is there, then oh boy. But maybe that's not true anymore because I'm not seeing that here. Was that another thing? Was that not event sub? Was that some other webhook thing? I don't even know anymore. Because I thought you had to. Where's the thing where you actually subscribe? I don't see it. Maybe I'm thinking of pub sub. Oh boy. But pub sub does not. Pub sub, I don't think gives you transactions. Yeah, pub sub is different. Gotta create a callback. Manage subscriptions, that's the thing. Okay, subscribing to an event, yeah. You have to... It's annoying. It is annoying. I really don't. I mean, maybe there's a way. The problem is, I think the subscriptions expire. Verification pending. Yeah. It's... Why is it so needlessly complicated? Oh, it sucks. But I think it sucks less than the JWT thing? Possibly? Okay, I don't know. I don't want to think about that for a second because it's so annoying. Okay. Why do we have any falses in there? Did I not reload? What? What? Oh, because that console logged it, probably. Of course. Why would I do such a foolish thing when we need to twitch.rig.log? And somewhere in here is another log that just needs to go away. This. Crush this. Okay, so we should get something. It still nulls it, which is not cool. Don't like that. Doesn't feel very tidy. Kyle! Here's the new feature you're gonna love. You're gonna love it. You specifically. This feature is dedicated to Kyle. Is modifier keys. That feels like, you know, Twitch. It's for video game people, right? This is a video game thing to do. You can now click or shift click or control click or alt click. I kind of feel like the color of the click should change. I don't actually remember how we set that color. We could add a click. That's to make it fade. We have a click indicator, so that must be where the color comes from. Yeah. So we could do something where we added additional what would you really want to do there? Like make the color different for the indicator based on the... Want to become famous? Of course I do. Kyle, you banned that person who was going to make me famous. How am I supposed to get famous if you're... Ugh. I have a lot of Slack messages. That's a delivery right before Christmas. Okay, cool. Nobody likes that. Why do I always have Slack messages? Just always. Just never... They never stop. Oh my god, you blocked the phrase become famous. I'm never gonna be famous. Okay, so should we do something different if you hold shift? Like, should it... Like, should it change... Should your indicator change colors based on holding these things? That gets pretty tricky, because then what if you're, like, holding combinations of them? Okay, let's talk through this. Binary, Kyle, I need your expert advice. I like the idea of generally heat is just clicks and it's easy peasy and you never have to think about it. I also like the idea of potentially having slightly more complex interactions, as you know, determined by whoever creates the front end experience, which is probably me, where you could have a bit more information. So you get a user ID, you get click coordinates, and you get modifier keys. Maybe. Is that too crazy? Should it just be one modifier key? Is it useful to send to all four? You probably want a way to show the user that they are using one or more of your modifier keys. So we're not even, this isn't buying. This is just a baseline feature for everybody. But imagine that you were a streamer with, you know, let's say, what's the term? Natatorical presentation. Natatorical, is that right? Am I making up words? I mean, I'm obviously making up words. Let's say natatorial. Is that a word? It is. A natatorial. If you are a streamer with a natatorial focus. No, not like ships. Not nautical. Not nautical. We want to derive from the word natatorium. So I think it is natatorial. So if you're a streamer with a natatorial focus, you might say, for example, that half the chat, if the chat got into a little war, half the chat could be like drawing things to obscure your body. And part of the chat could be clicking to reveal. So you'd have, you could basically have people in chat choose what they want to do. Or like, you know, other, whatever, voting or whatever. Like you could do other stuff where the user isn't just, it's not just like a binary thing, click or not click. It is a, suddenly there's additional data in that payload. So the cover uncover thing would be one example. But you can imagine other games where you click, you know, you click causes one thing to happen, shift click causes another thing to happen. Would be the idea. And so I have just implemented the backend support for that. So if I'm holding shift, now you can see, so normal click still looks like a normal click. But if I hold shift, if I hold control, if I hold alt, if I hold all three, you get all three of those things can be sent. And I think I like that. I think that's good. Um, the thing that I don't quite know, uh, the thing I don't quite know is, well, I kind of know. If do we want to give the user some indication of what they have pressed? So the really easy thing to say out of my mouth would be, normally it's this nice, slightly orange red color, but if you hold down shift, it's blue, and if you hold down control, it's yellow, and if you hold down alt, it's magenta, whatever. Like, you just have some indication that you're holding down these modifier keys. The issue then is, what if you're holding control and alt? And what if you're holding control and alt and shift? And what if you're holding shift and alt? Like, do we want... Do I want to account for all the combinations, or we just say there's like a hierarchy of... Is it just a binary thing? Like, if you are holding any modifier key, does it change colors? That's certainly the easiest answer. I don't think it's good to say, like, we make colors for all of these. I don't know that it's actually that useful. The only reason you would want a different color for, say, shift versus alt, and if you were making a game, red circle, blue star, green square, purple horseshoes, green... Wait a second. What is it? What's the canonical list here? It's purple horseshoes, right? Okay, I got that right. Look how gross these look. They're the things a human would eat. Gross. I would pick these out of the box. They look like weird little pieces. This is a horseshoe? Blue moons. You think Lucky Charms does sponsorships? Twitch sponsorships? Wait, what is this? Is this some incredible history, like some incredible comparison of old versus new? What, did they change the moon color? Are you kidding? There was a commercial when I was a kid that like went through the colors. I mean, I'm sure now you could just get a thing like this, right? You can just buy marshmallow onlys. I'm talking about when I was, when I was 6 years old. Had the off-brand Lucky Charms. Gotta dig through those, eat all the marshmallows out. Dig through the crunch berries, eat all the crunch berries out. We didn't really have that stuff at my house. My house was always off-brands, but dig through the off-brand. Every once in a while, you know, things would go nuts and you get some... you get the Oops All Crunch Berries. Oh my gosh. £8? Add to your favorite cereal. Cocoa, Rice Krispie treats, snacks, toppings, Jell-O, and more. Gross. What do you think these are made of? They're made of dead cows, of course. Or dead horses. These will look so fake and so gross that I was going to say, sometimes things are accidentally vegan just because nothing in them is natural. Just because everything in them is chemicals. But we still do have 2% horse hooves in here. And so much food color. This bag is not a toy. What's this? Gross. It's pretty terrifying. Look, oh, she loves it. She's got a big bowl of them. What blue cereal. I like in some ways there's nothing more unnatural than blue foods, but blue algae smoothies, algae smoothies are the most beautiful thing. There's a place. Ah, look at that. This is so beautiful. This Blue Magic. What's funny about this? So there's a few places in town where you can get like a smoothie or smoothie bowl or even like tea with this Blue Magic. There's a place in particular that you get. It has such gorgeous tea. It looks like you're drinking paint. It looks like you're drinking water that you use to clean your paintbrush in. And I was so entranced with it that I thought like, oh, I should go look this up on Amazon. And the funniest thing about it, it's marketed as a health supplement. So you would think that it has some some benefits of algae. Algae's you got some good stuff in there. You got some alpha linoleic acid, and alpha linoleic acid, DHA. You got some fatty acids that are hard to get elsewhere, right? Like when people say eat fish because it's brain food, they're really talking about these fatty acids that you get straight from the algae. I think that's why the fish have it. Anyway, I'm maybe misremembering, but there's beneficial things, right, about eating algae. But if you go look at all the reviews for it, they're not about the nutrition at all. They're all about like, I don't know if this thing's good for me, but it makes my food so beautiful. This is a smoothie cafe. They just straight up threw some Oreos in there. I don't know. I don't think Oreos are a traditional smoothie. Look how beautiful this is. It's like liquid Cookie Monster. These dragon fruit balls. These Dragon Balls. Oh my gosh, look at that. I don't know what this is, but I want to eat it. Tropical Mermaid Blue Spirulina Smoothie Bowl. Okay. Back to the task at hand. What is the task at hand? It's modifier keys. So, the really easy answer is probably something like this. Probably this. I don't think that works as well. F1. Is to just say, no, that's not what we want. Actually, it's not the indicator we want. How did we do this? Is it in the... Oh, it's in the graphic. Oh, that wasn't a great way to do this. It's like in this SVG. Oh boy. Why would I have done this? Oh, okay. I had a traumatic experience as a child with blue food coloring. Okay, I did this. Can anyone explain why I did this? So the thing that I did... Oh, man. Okay, that's not great. I mean, I kind of get why I did it. I don't blame myself, but... I used the actual cursor. It's not like I'm hiding the cursor and then just dragging an image around, which would be probably the normal thing a human would do. which is okay, except I've just got some goofball base64 encoded SVG. I don't remember, how did I even do that? How did I get a base64 encoded SVG? Okay, so it'd be something like, you know, like this. We'd have to go back and edit this thing because I don't remember even how we made it. And then we'd have to have something. This is annoying. I don't think I stole them because they are the specific color. They are the specific heat color. So I'm pretty sure I made them. I must have just done something. It wasn't just the CDN, because I could have embedded the SVG, but if you want to do the cursor, I guess is the only way to do it. Because I don't know that I could have. I mean, I could have done it with JavaScript probably. This wasn't a terrible idea. I don't exactly remember how I made this. Maybe Illustrator actually does have a way. Sort of a weird choice that I made here. Sometimes I make weird choices. I don't even remember. I don't have the slightest recollection of that. So the thing is, we would just show a different cursor. One option would be show a different cursor while we are modified. You know, show a blue cursor, for example, and then show this click indicator. And that would be a thing we could do. How would we do it though? Because we'd have to kind of continually be you know, like if I was holding shift and then I dragged over, we need the modifier keys to be reflected at all times. So you could do it on drag, but then it wouldn't work until a drag happened. You kind of have to do it in both places. You kind of have to do it whenever somebody enters, like when the mouse enters, you would have to check. Although I guess you still get the callback. I guess you kind of have to do it anytime there's a key press. You'd have to watch for those key presses, and you'd have to watch for mouse movement. So like in this, somewhere in here, we're handling movement. No, we're not. We're not handling mouse movement because we're using the cursor. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break, and then I'll be back. We gotta think about this. Hi, it's me. Okay, here's the thing. I want to change this to be a cursor that we manage on mouse move. The thing that is haunting me is I can't think of a reason that I would have done this unless I actually really needed to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I would have just done this for kicks. I feel like I only would have done this if there was a reason to do this. So why would I have done this? Because I'd rather do this. You know? Here's the classic trick. We do something like this, and it's like border radius is 4 pixels, and color is whatever, red. Background is red. And then we just would inside here. Wait, we even have a cursor. So it seems like, okay. I don't know. We could probably go back and dig up a stream from 2 years ago or something. Maybe I did it because I thought I was being clever. Okay, so there we have the cursor. Did I do it just at a drop shadow? I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. But I think we got to do it like this. Right? I think we want to manually draw it. Why would this color be different? Is it behind the purple? Is that why I did this? Because there was something about it being like in the no draw zone or something. Like maybe we could z index Windex? Z index 99999. That still doesn't look right. Maybe that color just isn't correct. Okay, so we would have to do... Gosh, it really feels like there's a reason that I didn't do this. Sometimes I don't understand myself. So it would be a mouse move. You know, like, what do we normally use? Client X, client Y? It'd be something like this, cursor.style.left equals event.client X, something like that. And then top would be Y, and then actually we'd have to offset the width. Well, we'll just do this manually. And then I think we actually have to like stick PX at the end of this because CSS. That is the cursor, right? That's cursor class. That's the ID. So funny that so at some point I definitely had a cursor element. Add event listener mouse move. That's the event. I think this is the problem. I think we have to have units. Oh, what's going on here? Nothing's working. Was it like an event thing I couldn't get? We want main. We want the event listener mouse move. Why would I not be able to get mouse move? Add event listener mouse move. We should check and see. Maybe there's a... Okay, we are getting this. Weird. Oh, yeah, okay, right, I know. I forgot that it likes to break. If you try to log objects, you can't log objects, it doesn't automatically stringify. Okay, this still doesn't really... Cursor.style.left Vent client X. That's what I'm normally using, right? Divided by the offset width. Oh. Yeah, of course. We need to, yeah, right. It's got to be absolutely positioned. That's our problem, right? Okay. So that's weird. Look at the lag. That is a not insubstantial amount of lag. Maybe that's why I did it? Okay, there's another option here. If you can set the cursor color, and I don't think you can. I mean, without having different SVGs. Which is not the end of the world. It's a little annoying. Maybe that's why I did it. Whoa, look at that. That's cool. Does this really work? Oh, that would be great. Check that out. I have a big red cup. I used to know someone named Nick Amarillo. Pretty sure he had a big red cup. I have to manually set this. Let's do it. Let's send rectangular regions. Why not? I mean, I'm not opposed to sending more data types. You know, Click is just we set it up to accept multiple kinds of input. We did that for mobile, even though we stripped out mobile. There's still the underlying. This sucks. Create a blob URL. Somehow we did this. I don't remember. So this is cool, but does this actually work? Like, actually just cramming the SVG file into... Because we have such a extremely simple... I mean, it's slightly more complicated, right? Because there's a little drop shadow, whatever. It's a poop emoji. Do we still have that SVG? What are the chances? I'm going to say slim to none. Or just 0. I'm going to say probably 0. That would have been a good thing to keep. Somewhere is like our heat design files. would that be? Like for the Heat logo and things like that? I don't really know where. There's the fun video. Where's like the Heat logo and all that fun stuff? Maybe it's in here? No? I don't remember when the contest was at this point. Heat, design. Okay, here's our design files. There's no logo in here. I mean, not logo. There is a logo in here. There's not a cursor in here. Okay, I think probably we can just do this. Now that I think about it. Yeah, okay, that's all it is. That's our whole thing. So it's really just two circles of two different sizes, one of which has a fill. So if we wanted to encode this and change this color to be the whatever my made up sort of inverted color. That's funny though, that this is actually the color. So we had the wrong color for the click rings. Good to know. Okay, so I'm going to switch 36 and EF. And encode this. Why is that so long? That can't be right. There's no way that's right. Why would that be so long? Is it because it's UTF-8? The previous thing was... Was it really that long? Now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe it was. Okay. My mistake. It would be something like this. Right? So this is now going to be a blue cursor. And I guess we will, I don't know what this means. 4 by, what do you think these numbers mean? 6 by 6. It's a scale. I don't know. So that would be our like modifier. So we still need this prefix, of course. Okay, that wasn't too painful. So I must have just run it through some basic D4 encoder, which apparently we didn't really need to do. Slayer Prior, how's it going? This is Visual Studio Code, correct? Slayer Freyer. Okay, so I'm gonna say this is a bad idea. We're not gonna do this. It's too laggy. I don't know why it's so laggy. And we can then, you know, we don't want to have to deal with that. So just as a quick fun test, we can add a modifier class to, okay, this go away as well. And this should be blue. It's not. We've fully broken it. So what? Did I do something wrong? Should be very close identical. Somehow that one is longer, just slightly suspicious. So we have this extension called Heat that lets you click the video feed, and then interactive things will happen, like these kisses, these fun kisses. You can click the video feed too if you want. And adding some new features to that, and potentially adding some monetization features to that. So I actually can't tell if that worked. Let's remove this. So is there something wrong? There must be something wrong with this cursor. What did I do wrong? That looks like base 64. Okay, let's grab this. Let's try this again. Now that I don't actually remember doing this, but I believe that I did it. Base 64, decode. So this is what we were dealing with. For some reason, when we encode it, it comes out differently, inexplicably. So let's go to the encoder. Encode. PHN Devil May Cry. So we end in Devil May Cry. Or Devil May Care. Devil May Cry. Start with PHN27. Okay, so this seems correct. So let's try this again. E4, switch that with 36. Switch this with E4. Maybe I just did something wrong. So we encode it, very slight change. Paste this. Yeah, it should be okay. Maybe that other encoder was just nuts. Okay, now we have this blue color that I don't think is actually very good. But we at least know that we can modify that. I really want to take that color that we have and just sweep the hue, I guess. You know? Just take whatever our OG color was and just sweep the hue 180. Seems like an easy one. Let's decode this. Decode. That's our OG color. Let's get Illustrator. How's it going, Slayer Prayer? What are you up to today? So we want to, yeah. I think that's where we want to start. Keep it simple. Really, kind of wish I just had a utility that made this a little less annoying, that I had to open full-on Illustrator. So here is our normal heat color. So all we want to do is sweep this 180, basically would be an easy thing. I'm pretty okay with that. I think that's somewhere, it's not too far from what's in our palette. I guess really the thing to do would be go to look at our palette. Is that what we should do, actually? You're learning basic HTML, CS in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code? Because my first advice would be never use Visual Studio for anything ever. Where's, we were just there. I was just there moments ago. Oh, we're never gonna find it. VS Code? Any advice? What are your aims? What would you like to do? Do you just want to make websites? Do you want to make weird interactive things? Like what would you like to make? I already lost that place we just were, and of course it's not in my Explorer history. So it was in like Dropbox in 2019. Is that right? Files, projects, 2019 streams. Oopsie, heat, design. Kind of thought we had a blue in the palette, but I guess not. So we could switch to some other color in the heat palette. Maybe this purple. I don't know. What kinds of websites? Just like totally static, boring, vanilla websites? You can tell I'm a bit biased, but just like that is not that's not bad advice. That's not bad advice. Interactive ones. So I guess I'll just talk for a second, and maybe there'll be some advice in here, right? So what Binary just mentioned, I think, is pretty important. So I think one thing to just really get into your head early on is the division of labor between HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, just as like the foundational things of what goes on the web, you know? So HTML is just your markup for your content. It should just be like, you know, structured content, but not styled, or, you know, all your styling should happen in CSS, and probably in a separate style sheet is a good habit to get into, or at least a separate styles declaration. So you're not trying to cram style into your markup. So that division of labor is good to know. The division of labor with JavaScript is kind of obvious, but just like kind of get that in your mind. Is like HTML is just the structured content. It's just the organized content, kind of formatted, you know, semantically, I guess, in terms of like, this is a paragraph and this is an image. And then CSS is where you're gonna like add the you know, the visual flair and the layout to some extent. And JavaScript is where you're gonna add the interactivity. Now, that's baseline, is just, you know, that's the baseline HTML, CSS, JavaScript notion. The next thing I'm going to say is I don't know. Well, right. The next thing is I'm going to say is I don't know how valuable I actually think it is, depending on what you want to do, for a person to start with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And the reason I say that, you know, HTML is like a weird thing because it's a language humans write for computers to understand, to format a thing that they know. It's one of those weird things where we like create a system that requires a custom language, like a custom presentation of data, and then force ourselves to learn and speak in that data, which is kind of baffling. Like, it's like we created a complex system that we created. It's our own fault. We made it, and then we have to participate in that complex system. So real life websites today, for better or worse, I'd probably argue worse, of beyond a certain scale, like if you wanted a job today as a full stack engineer or something, you're probably not really writing that much straight vanilla HTML or vanilla CSS or vanilla JavaScript. You're just probably not. You're probably going through some framework, some permutations, some nonsense. Like, you may never actually write HTML. Maybe you're only using JSX templates or something, or you're writing some other template, using some other template language. Maybe you're never really writing CSS. You're only writing Sass or less, like some precursor to CSS that is going to get compiled. Maybe you're never writing JavaScript. Maybe you're writing TypeScript and it transpiles. So I think another weird thing about the landscape of web development, which is one of the reasons web development is terrible and intolerable, is there's like an infinite depth of systems that get crammed on top. And then there is an infinite variety of those systems. So there are so many different interpreters and parsers and packing systems and whatever associated with web development, that if you wanted to get a job tomorrow, like, they may want you to know React, or they may want you to know Vue, more so, possibly inexplicably, than they want you to know CSS, pure JavaScript, pure HTML. I don't think that's great, but I do think it's kind of true. So like, you probably have to have some understanding of CSS, JavaScript, and HTML to like say you really understand React. But the notion of being a valuable employee just by knowing CSS, HTML, and JavaScript is not it's almost not that meaningful because there's so many other expectations of other frameworks and stuff. So yeah, it depends on your so I guess part of my advice is if you want to design, like you want to get a job making websites like for a big company, um, it may be useful to like start immersing yourself in those worlds instead. I'm not going to say that I like this or that it's a good idea or that it's necessarily my advice to you to be a sane and happy person. But if you wanted a job um, doing this, you might want to take a top-down approach instead of a bottom-up approach. And again, I don't think that's actually a good idea. I don't think that's actually a good idea. I think it's usually better if you want to know what's going on to be closer to the metal. But I think the reality is the jobs will be for people that know these frameworks. That's true. Yeah, I mean, so that's why I'm kind of struggling here is what to tell a beginner. So that's why I'm trying to like figure out what the end result is. So if you want to make websites that are boring corporate websites and you want to get a job making boring corporate websites, you probably need to know React. You probably need to know Vue or whatever. If you want to do interesting interactive things on the web and you're just getting started, do you have any experience with programming at all? Like, are you interested in programming, or are you more interested in the design part of things? Which side is more interesting to you? We're going to use this purple, I think. We're going to use this purple, or we're going to use the inverted color? I don't know the answer. I think we're going to use the inverted color. Both. So like, okay. I don't know. Like, it'd be very easy to go on a tirade that there's this insane hubris where people who make websites think they are software engineers. They're not. I mean, whatever. Like, people that glue together a bunch of frameworks and cut and paste a bunch of code. And I'm not saying that I'm much better. I'm just saying I think there's a real difference between like an actual serious developer and who understand how a computer works and that a computer exists and has memory and has a processor versus just lives in a web browser and just cut and paste a million frameworks together, even though I do that all the time. If you just want to make cool, interesting things that move around and want an entry into that in the visual realm, I would maybe say like get into P5 or get into Pixie, get into something that's going to teach you the basics of programming kind of. And maybe because there's programming fundamentals that will carry you elsewhere. The problem is JavaScript is so bad and will teach you so many bad habits that starting with JavaScript, like you will just be forced to sort of unlearn things later. Okay, I'm gonna try to turn this into cohesive advice. The first advice is the best way to learn things is always just to make things. And so, for me at least, and so I would say just start making stuff and you'll figure it out as you go. That's a thing that works really well for me. If that doesn't work for you, there's a million tutorials, videos, websites, whatever. If you want, second piece of advice is if you want a job doing this stuff, it might behoove you to hitch your wagon to a framework like Vue or React. Those are the two that come to mind. They change all the time, but those two seem to have stuck around somewhat. And so if you're learning, but I don't know that it's good to like try to learn to program while doing these things. If you just want to make cool interactive things on a computer, I would say maybe look at P5.js because it's made for beginners. You can kind of get into it. It's not super browser specific. If you want to make like cool 3D things in a browser, get into Three.js, maybe A-Frame. I guess my real advice is don't be a web developer. I think that's my real advice is learn something that will force you to learn how computers work a little bit, and then it's a bit things are a bit easier when you're just making a web page, I guess. Do you have any interest in backend? Like, are you interested in backend stuff as well, or just front end stuff? Full stack is like a meaningless term to me because it doesn't, I mean, it could mean that you know CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. It could mean that you know React and 15 other frameworks. It could mean that you know Node and backend. Like, I don't know. Those whatever. Recruiter terms, I just don't. I don't speak recruiter, I guess. How do we actually see the gradient? Edit gradient? I just want to know what this color is. But I want to know this color with... Why are you so bad? I just want to know... Just show me the hex. For the good grief, just show me the hex. Show me the hex value for the color. Okay, thanks. I think we're going to do the inverted version of this, right? Blue, then it'll be very clear. Is that better than purple? Let's try it. I started, I don't know, depends on, like, when I was a kid, my dad worked at Radio Shack, and we had, like, whatever, Tandy 1000 and TRS-80, and I won't say this is learn to code, but I will say my very first forays would be, like, very early 90s, possibly late 80s, but probably more like early 90s, just typing in code from a magazine, basically. So you would get these magazines that would be like, here's an adventure game, type this code line by line, which was insane to even think that that is a thing that you would do. And I don't know that I ever fully typed one. Then maybe a bit later, say in high school, I started programming games on my TRE-83 calculator. So that would be like 1994, 1995. Around that time, I picked up PHP and started doing PHP stuff. The funny thing is that era, you really couldn't do anything in JavaScript. JavaScript, basically, the only thing you could really do in JavaScript was like a rollover, like swap one image for another by rolling over the mouse. There was so little capability inside of a web browser that you sort of had to do anything interactive server side. So middle-ish 90s is when I started to like kind of program and build website backends. Early 2000s, around the time of Google Maps coming out, suddenly it was like, oh, you actually can do stuff with JavaScript on the front end. And that kind of increased all through the 2000s, was more what a browser is capable of doing. And I guess late 90s also, so parallel to that, in late 90s, I was doing like X11 programming in Linux in C. So whatever, terrible PHP backend coding. PHP is a horrible language. And then C programming in Linux land. I did also do a fair amount, if you count it, some VBA, Visual Basic for Applications. If you count that as programming, there's a fair amount of that in there too. So one of the things is like, that's why it's a little hard for me to say like how do you learn to do these things? Because at the time, kind of the thing that was available to me as far as how do you learn to do these things was just kind of figure them out. Like I had whatever, the K&R book. I had this book, and I had maybe a handful of other books, but it was kind of like, if you wanted to know how to do something, you just had to look it up in the book. It was an all right book. Why is this so expensive? It was also not a thick book. That's the thing I really appreciated about this book, is like, it was sort of surprisingly not that intense. I want to find a picture of this book so you can see that it's not. Yeah, it was not a thick book. It was like a book that you'd be like, okay, this is a reasonable book. Versus like the books on how to write for X11. There's some classic set of books. I had like these volumes, and it was so tedious. I don't remember what they were called. You know, it was this. It was this. Okay, the definitive guides. It was like this set, and there were, I don't even remember how many. There were a lot of these books, and they were all giant, thick things because it was so tedious and terrible to write anything for X11. O'Reilly books were good. These were O'Reilly, right? Who published these? I don't actually remember. Yeah, these were O'Reilly. I don't know that I had all of them. There were so many of these. There were so many. I think I had 5 or 6 of them. And I had various other programming books, but I don't know. That early K&R book was like a book you could read. Okay, the animal sketch on the cover came after these. These were all like 80s, very early 90s. I feel like it was mid 90s that O'Reilly turned into like, yeah, whatever. I feel like the O'Reilly Pearl one is the one that's stuck in my head forever. But and these were pretty manageable too. These were books that were like, oh, I could sit down and read this like a book. They felt a little bit less like a reference book in some cases. Some were just like, you know, they were books. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't say you should read books now at all. But as far as the resources that are there, yeah, I don't think books are the way to go. I mean, I would just look this stuff up now. I do it all the time. But still, for me, like I don't internalize and learn how to do a thing until I sit down and do the thing. So 36 and then EF. 36 EF. Did we like this? I don't know. Encode this. Take this. No, we didn't like that. That was wrong. That's absolutely what we did not want to do. That was the whole exercise. I got so distracted. We wanted to take this and sweep it 180 and use this. 37 ED. That's what we want to do. We want to encode this. So yeah, I mean, you know, there's a funny thing about that, and I like, maybe I talked about this a little bit. I don't remember who said it, or maybe it was a Casey Muratori thing, but no, I think I read it somewhere else. But it's an interesting thing. So if you think about programming, and think about pointers, and think about like how handy a pointer is, just in terms of saying, I mean, okay, here's the dumb real life analogy. Say that I own 10 helicopters. It is not useful to me to have 10 helicopters like in my pocket at all times, like, or in my apartment. I can't deal with 10 helicopters all the time. What would actually be useful to me is if, I had some hangars on the other side of town and my helicopters restored those, and all I needed to know was the addresses of those helicopters. Like, where's the address of where they're stored? It's pretty useful to have that. It's pretty useful to just know, like, okay, I've got this big nonsense over here, but it's more useful for me to just say, how do I look that thing up? And so the case this thing was making was kind of like, almost like it's a human evolution thing of saying, classic example for me is phone numbers. When I was a kid, I knew phone numbers. Now I don't know phone numbers. I just mentally know the place I look for phone numbers, which is this. So I've replaced this giant library of information that was all the phone numbers I knew with one, like, basically a pointer to where I know phone numbers are. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Like, in terms of like brain, I don't know. Like, brain efficiency, is that better? Is it making more room for other things? Is it better to just store references to these things? So like, in my brain, I don't think at this point I could sit down and write whatever, a bubble sort or a quick sort without, maybe if I really thought about it, I could, because I don't feel the need to have that in my head. I can just look it up at any time. And I don't know. I don't know if that's really long-term, if it's good or bad. I think long-term, it's probably bad. Because then people just don't know anything anymore. Yeah, well, yes. So that is the issue. Is that like, and Jonathan Blow makes the case that that is a trait of the decline of a civilization when when certain knowledge when certain knowledge of certain kinds of whatever techniques or skills or whatever, where the foundational knowledge of that is lost. Um, and so he kind of makes it, says that everybody learning JavaScript and not understanding how to allocate memory is a sign of the decline of Western civilization. And I don't, you know, I don't fully disagree with that. Anyway, so we have this now. I don't love this, but I think it does the job. The next generation is doomed. I think the current generation is doomed. I mean, it's a long-term thing. The thing about, you know, the decline of the Roman Empire, for example, at any given moment during the decline, you would probably have found plenty of people saying like, oh, everything's okay. It's okay. Things aren't as good as they were last year, but things are okay. But then it declines year over year forever. Oops. I don't know. I don't have quite as extreme a view, but it's an interesting talk. Well, but so in his talk, he like shows examples from history, and maybe, I don't know, they're like some of them are borderline mythological or apocryphal or whatever the right term you want to use is. But that there are examples of human history of things just being lost. You know, the very classic, almost memes are Damascus steel and Greek fire, as like, this is a thing that humans knew how to do at a certain point, and then somehow the art was lost for whatever reason. And you can make there's lots of reasons civilizations fall. But I don't think it's a exaggeration to say that most people that call them programmers today don't actually. And again, I'm not saying I'm a great expert here. I would not generally say that I am a master programmer. I would say compared to some, I'm intermediate. But just that, how many people call themselves programmers of computers? In fact, maybe they don't use that word anymore. Maybe they use coder, but without actually understanding anything about how a computer processes instructions or stores things in memory, which, you know, 2 decades ago, you had to know those things to a certain extent. Like, you kind of had to have some understanding of how those things worked. Maybe even 2 decades ago is an exaggeration at this point. Maybe 3 decades ago, like, you had to have some understanding, I think, of what was going on inside of a computer to make your code happen. Maybe not super low level. Maybe you weren't like, you know, maybe you were, I don't know, writing an assembly and manually setting registers and whatever. I don't know how, but the degree to which people are removed from the metal now, I think, and most people, I think, are pretty removed from the metal, that like the population, the percentage of people that call them programmers that understand the foundational elements of programming, I would say is shrinking, right? Like, that's a number that is shrinking. And that's not just in it's not just in programming, it's in a lot of other things too. Like, I feel like that's also true to a certain extent in various other fields. I don't know. It's well, that was weird. What was that beep? It sounded like heat. That one heat demo. Okay. I've lost the thread on what we're doing. All we were trying to do is change this pointer color. Is one of the heat music examples playing? Do we accidentally have a heat music example playing in some browser somewhere? We don't have the piano overlay turned on. Why is there suddenly music in this channel? Why is music playing? Is it this? Pretty confused. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is that... I don't think I've been hacked. I think I probably just accidentally have an overlay turned on that I didn't mean to have on. But I don't actually see where it would be. Maybe it was one of these other overlays. We have this piano overlay. I don't know. Oh, do I have like a browser open with heat? I'm actually kind of confused at the moment. It's pretty weird. Okay, well, we'll just have some fun music. I don't know, but that particular abstraction is crazy because in someone writing that Cloudflare worker, like they not only don't necessarily have an understanding of the computational, ins and outs of computational implications of what is being written. There's not even a computer. They don't even, like, you don't even know. You don't even know what the hardware it is running on. You're probably like, it is so insanely far removed. Like, how many levels of containerization and like whatever edge distribution? Maybe it's running in 100 different places simultaneously. But they are, and potentially burning. I mean, I was about to say something, and I think I realized it's actually, maybe this is by design. It is so easy to just start a Node.js application and bring in 100 libraries and have no notion of like what the computational implications of what you're doing are. Like no notion of actually how much work it is for a computer to do the thing you're asking it to do. And okay, but is it okay? Because you don't know, but here's the funny thing about it. You run it at home and you run it locally and your computer's really fast and you just don't know. You don't even really think about how many clock cycles it takes to do the thing you're trying to do. When you just run it home and you test it. But then you deploy something and it's running at scale and 1 million people are using it or 10 million people are using it. Those like trivial inefficiencies are suddenly magnified to an insane degree. And I was about to say something about like, I don't know, like a qualitative judgment on that scenario. And then I realized like, oh, Amazon, like, so I don't know quite how to phrase this, but I wonder how much of Amazon's AWS profit is purely due to the fact that people are bad programmers. You know what I mean? Like once you magnify things to the millions or tens of millions or whatever, something that takes 1 extra clock cycle, 2 extra clock cycles is now 10 million wasted clock cycles. And these companies that charge for things like compute time and so on are profiting from that. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'm doing a terrible thing right now. This is terrible. This is a terrible way to design a protocol. For something that is designed to be really high volume, the way Heat is, to be designed around just sending big blobs of inefficient JSON, like what are we going to end up sending? Like with all of these turned on, what do we send? Like 100 bytes? And it's data that probably could fit into 10. Like all the data we would care to include. Probably not even that. So you've got 1 byte that says the type. Say you've got 4 bytes for each of these coordinates, that's 5. And then each of this could all fit in one. So 6 bytes. We're spending, I don't know, with all these turned on, 100-ish bytes, 50-ish bytes, whatever, when it really could be 6. And I'm going to make the case that I'm doing that by design because people will use this and it's convenient for them to not have to decode binary transactions, but scaled, it's probably an order of magnitude here, like an order of magnitude of inefficiency here that I've built into this dumb protocol. And if this ever scaled to a meaningful size, probably. It's probably really fine. But you see the point that I'm making is I built this to be 10% as efficient as it could be, under the guise of making it easy for people to use. But it's not, it's usually a computer that is parsing this. It's usually a computer that is looking at this. It is very rarely a human that is looking at this. You know what I mean? Well, okay, but that's the excuse everybody makes. Everybody makes the excuse that hardware makes up for it. Like that hardware is making up for the terrible software. Was it the bot made this layer? I really can't figure out what layer is turned on that is playing this music. Keep click. It's very confusing. They have most things turned off. We got heat and bot made this. I actually don't know where that's coming from. Anyway, you know, that's the excuse everybody always makes, is that hardware makes up for it. But it's just, that just fosters this idea that hardware is always going to make up for the terrible software, and software gets worse and worse and worse. Like, look at the state of JavaScript. It is just insane. It's just this like framework on top of framework on top of framework, trying to make it pretend to be a functional language. Not a functional language in the sense of functional language, but a usable language. Yeah, it is. It's heat, but that particular, I just turned off all my overlays, so I actually don't know where that, we have a heat, there's a heat overlay that plays music, but I don't think I have that overlay on, so I'm kind of confused. It's not somehow coming through the developer rig, is it? I'm so confused. So confused. Somehow did we... That's weird. I don't understand why that would be on. It's the same once you compile it. That's just not actually true. Like when you have so many libraries, it's just not true. Actually, I have a good example of that. Is my current website is like, I used Nuxt and I made some, the idea was, oh, I'll just make all my posts as Markdown and they will all like transpile whatever into HTML. And then I'll have a static website and it will be the same. It'll be the same. Like once it's transpiled, it's going to be the same, but it's not actually true. When you go look at what got produced, there's so much extra junk. There's so much extra cruft and garbage and weird JavaScript stuff and all this stuff. So like, as an example, that's a case where it's not the same. It's not this. It doesn't boil down to the same thing. There's just extra like luggage added along the way. Yeah. So that video thing was the music thing was in another. That's a weird one, actually. In another OBS scene. So I think OBS is maybe just being weird and had a browser enabled that's supposed to be in another scene. I don't know. Okay. But the browser doesn't interpret the crux. It's so terrible. Like websites are so slow and terrible and unresponsive, and then everybody, I don't know. It's just all bad. It's all bad. It's so bad. It's so slow and it's so bad. And that's even ignoring all the like user hostile stuff. Like every time you go to a website, 15 things will pop up over the thing you're trying to look at. It's just bad. The web's a bad place. Okay, what are we actually trying to do? I don't even remember. We got very sidetracked for the last hour. So the real answer is go play outside. Computers are a bad idea, and they're getting worse. Software's getting worse. JavaScript is leading the charge of making software worse. Oh yeah, you're right. Adding modifier clicks to you're right. Hey, I'm doing what I can with inside. Like, if you actually look where I am working inside Twitch, I'm so sandboxed into like he is so I'm so far I'm removed even from the web browser. If we go in here and we try to inspect where I am, like I'm like buried inside some set of multiple iframes. I'm just doing what I can, buried deep in here. Hey, the base64 encode of the cursors is quite efficient. I would say you almost could not have a more efficient encoding of a cursor than a base64 encoding of some SVG. Maybe. We could probably go in and delete a few things. Okay, somehow we entirely broke everything. What did I just do? So we were getting rid of that. What? We just added this. Why did that break every single thing? Cool. Well, we broke it. Heat is seemingly not even... How did we lose heat? We want an overlay. MySpace. That was power to the people. How did we lose? What have we done here? Not like we were doing anything. Didn't do anything crazy. We break something over here? Just got rid of the mouse move. That's all we did there. What did we do? Okay, we gotta get rid of these components. Let's keep the code for a second. How did we break heat? Oh, that's how we broke it. That's the answer. Okay, so all we wanted to try to do, this is actually slightly annoying, is have a way to add and remove this modifier class as needed. So how do we want to do this? It means whenever the mouse enters, we have to check there. So we have to look for mouse over. Okay. I think this has suddenly gotten more complicated than I wanted, but I do think this is still the best user experience, is to have some indication of the so we have mouse enter and mouse over. Move over the element that has the listener is moved onto the element. Mouse enter or mouse over. So it's kind of annoying. So we have to watch for the keyboard to change. And we also have to watch anytime the mouse enters just to see. Or we just do it in the mouse move all the time. That's not good enough. We have to do it. We have to have a keyboard event. Ugh, gross. We have to have a... It's got a big thumb down. Key down, I guess. We have to watch for key down and key up. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also, I guess another big thing in here is I just think, like, websites are so boring. Like, making websites as a job is just so boring. And so needlessly convoluted with so many layers of nonsense. But I recognize that as a biased opinion. Okay, key down. How do we do this? If events dot... Interesting, modifiers. So we had just a keyboard event? What is just dot modifiers? That doesn't seem like a real thing. So I think we have to check them individually. So, but it looks like it's meta key, shift key, or, you know, control key, alt key, shift key. So it looks like the same. So what we have to say is if there's a key down, what if the key down is one of the modifiers? Does that count? You know what I mean? Modified. Oops. Not working. What did we do wrong? Do what now? We said main add event listener, key down. I may have done that wrong. I wasn't paying too close attention. Seems like I'm not getting key downs. What did I do wrong? Yeah, perfect. You're right. I should just use some library that does it all. I used to use jQuery until Life is Yours shamed me out of it. What's wrong here? Add event listener key down. Can you only do that on the document? You can't do that over... mean, I wouldn't mind that, actually. Document wouldn't be so bad. I just don't actually know if you can... Okay, it had to be focused. Yeah, it's a little weird, actually. Like, I think you can't just be over it. Huh. Like, you can't just... I can't just hover over this and hit keyboard shortcuts. So I actually wouldn't get a shift just from doing this. So what I would have to do... You know, there was a time that jQuery made a whole lot of sense. And that time was really when browser support for a given thing was insanely fragmented. It kind of made sense. Where it was like, when you had to deal with, you know, all the browsers. I mean, now everything is now in the WebKit family tree, right? Well, Firefox is still Gecko, right? Or did they change that? Because even Chromium is a fork. What is the engine called? It's not called. Anyway, it used to be WebKit. So everything is like... Well, that's also true. When you wanted like a ton of terrible interaction in your page. Anyway, I feel like jQuery was not bad then because there was so much inconsistency across browsers. That I think has improved over time, but only... I think it's improved largely because of a weird, I don't know, homogenizing. You know, you got WebKit at the core of the family tree, and then Google forked that, and now Google uses that, and now Edge uses that, various other things. Any browser that you run on iOS is WebKit under the hood. Any browser that you run on Android, I think, is still... that may not be true. Chrome under the hood? I think that's not true. I think mobile... I think like Opera on Android is maybe its own. Anyway, the point is, there were so many stupid inconsistencies that jQuery would help smooth those inconsistencies over. Now those inconsistencies are not quite as bad, and so... And like, browser support for certain things has gotten better, and jQuery has... Or sorry, JavaScript has matured as a language a little bit, so... Okay, well, this is stupid, and... I'm going to do this in a way that some might see as a criminal way to do something. But I think we have to. I think we have to pull. If I did that correctly. I probably didn't do it correctly. What did I forget? Wait, no, there it goes. That was weird. Why didn't it... I always forget how to do this. I think I probably broke it. Let's see. I just can't remember exactly the syntax. Like, do you feed it a function? No, you feed it just the name of the callback. So that was bad. This was not the way to do things. Is this the way to do things? We may have destroyed this browser. I think we destroyed this web browser. Can I refresh all? Can I force a refresh here? Really? I do this? No, we have totally killed the Twitch developer rig, it would seem. Okay. You can hear my fan kicking on. I just forgot. My fault. Okay. We have an animation loop. That animation loop is fine. So I think we'll just do this. I don't love this, but it will be... how can we check this, actually? I don't know if we can check this. Like, can we do this without an event? We might have to have an event. So maybe we can't actually do the thing I was just about to say we should do. Because maybe we can only do it with an event. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, maybe we can't actually do the thing that I wanted to do. Is like... like, if I don't have a keyboard event, is there a way to do this? Yeah, this is what I was thinking. It's like I could try to get it on the mouse move because I do get mouse moves. So this is actually pretty weird. Because we're in an iframe and I think we're just not getting. Like if you're inside of an iframe. Ooh. Hmm. Like if I don't have that, am I wrong about that? That's sure what it felt like. It felt like, okay, this animation I think is not going to work because I don't think there's actually a way to easily do this. But this is kind of surprising. So I would have hoped that I could do this. Right? That just by being over main, just like I can get mouse events, that I'll get key events, right? But I thought I tried this and I thought it didn't work. Maybe I was wrong. So we're in here, we're getting clicks, we're moving around, but pressing keys, we're not getting anything. So oh, huh. Oh, good grief, really? So you'd have to focus it whenever you hover over it. Oh boy. Our web browsers are so dumb. Okay, I don't exactly believe this is gonna work. Still kind of don't think this is gonna work. I'll try. I mean, I get where they're headed. But I kind of don't think it's gonna work. I mean, I don't know. I don't see why this would work versus the document. Because I don't care. I don't care if it's main. I'm not gonna do that because I feel like if we're just listening to the document, that is our document inside the iframe, right? So if I mouse over, I get nothing. If I click here, I get stuff. That's bad. Like I always want the key. You can't unless the iframe has focus. Like a key down on the outer window focus, the iframe. I have no control over that. Let me try this. I don't actually think this is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. Try it. I don't think it's gonna work. How did we go down this rabbit hole? That's actually shockingly stupid. I don't think there's anything we can do about this. mean, kind of the only thing we could do... This sucks. Okay, so I don't think we can reasonably get keyboard events inside of our iframe after it's embedded deep into Twitch. I don't think there's a way to passively check modifier keys. Without an event of some kind. Like, very weird, right? Like, what can I do about this? I could know if the mouse is moving. I can get that event, but there's not like some just continuous mouse event that I know of. Where are the... Mouse down, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up. But there's no thing that just fires continuously. Right? I just don't think that exists. Well, what am I gonna do? I mean, if you're moving while it's held, you're probably right. That may just be the thing we have to do. That's really lame. I mean, I am probably overthinking it, but that sucks. That may be all we can do is to add a mouse move in here and just check our events. And just change this every time, like, what does that look like? Class list add, class list remove. So it'd be basically this. Okay, I don't like, this is not good. Annoying. Why is everything so annoying? What did I actually call it? Modifier. Okay, I've definitely spent way too much time on this trivial thing. We're supposed to be writing a bit broker. I don't like it. But pretty bad. It, like, feels bad. I don't like that. But I don't think we can get proper keyboard events in there. Because the iframe has to be focused like way up the chain. I think. Oh, let's go. Excuse me. Oh, Slayer, thanks for the follow. We didn't get an alert. Did we not get an alert? Heroku billing invoice. Good heavens. Okay, never mind. Not important. Okie dokie. So, this is not a good experience. So window, key up or key down. Like, I want to do this on a window. I'm not into it. Like, I really don't like to do things that are half. Part of me would rather just not do it than do it in a lame way. That's all I got, unless there's a way to query that. I mean, if you hold the mouse and move, it's just not good. Like, you're very clearly like in a state that is not the right state, and that feels not good to me. So alternatively, an alternative is that we don't change the cursor color, we only change the little click color. Would be an alternate version of this. Because I don't know, like just showing incorrect state feels kind of like a no-go to me. Well, we could just do this. We make the click indicator, and then what do we call it? Modify gear. I don't know. That for some reason isn't working. click indicator modifier. Added after click indicator. We added click indicator modifier. Do we need to like mark this as important or something? Important. Oh, is it because I didn't actually call this? Yes, that's probably why. Okay. Well, we can at least modify the clicks, like. That was weird. Seems like I broke the disabled state. Maybe it's just hard to see. I don't know. Okay. Well, anyway, that exists. And now we can send modifiers, presumably. Here's the annoying thing, though, is we can't, like, actually publish this. We can't actually easily publish this, you know, because it's Twitch and they require a manual review. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, honestly. Okay, well, let's do the following. So let's get source tree. Let's commit this because I think I like it, and we'll just say like in the next version of Heat that we do actually publish, which we may not do until we push monetization. So what are we actually at? A bunch of. So we added this click indicator modifier. We got rid of this, which didn't belong there anyway. So this seems okay. And then in here, we're checking the modifier states, doing the normal coordinates. We're sending these. In here, we add that. In here, well, we definitely want to be careful about. This is actually still, that's still correct. Adding this modifier list. This can go away. Okay. This feels safe-ish, right? That's a very minor change. We're getting the modifiers, we're sending the modifiers along, checking to add a class, and checking whether or not we append. That didn't seem right? We don't want this. I don't even know what I was doing here. What are we doing here? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Because it doesn't hurt anything. Okay. We have added support for modifier keys. Congratulations. Let's try to quickly add... I don't want to stream for too much longer. I can't believe I spent that much time just on that. It's not a very focused day. It's not a very focused month. It's not a very focused year, frankly. So here's the thing we have to figure out, right? How are we gonna do this thing where we how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna let you add time to Heat? Do we try to show a menu inside? Okay, let's just try a little experiment. So we have our main div, and then we'll have something that's like a UI. Excuse me. Just make something up. Underwater. Something like this. Okay, it's there. It's just way too dim. I'm not saying this is the way we want to do this. I'm just saying, like, you know, just thinking it through. Thinking through what it would be like to add our own little UI to the overlay. So, for example, when we mouse over this, we turn to normal keys. That's this. Okay, I don't know about this, but let's just try. Let's just see what we think. Oops. So we can do this. We have this stupid this Best Buy button. This gets so weird, like if the browser's tiny. Can you change that? It's kind of weird they don't let you scale this display resolution. Okay. Why did that do nothing? Display resolution? That just a trick? Video resolution? Display resolution? So I think those are lies. And we have to, if we want to see it smaller, maybe we have to actually create a view that is smaller. So we created a new view. Okay, this is the overlay size. So we did this, for example. Do we get a little Muppet baby? Yes. Okay. Can we do this? This will be a weird thing to do. 50% minus 128 px. Probably can't do that. Of course not. I want to. Okay, so let's just. So this is what it would basically be. We'd have some little heat buddy over here, and you'd be able to. Maybe there'd be like heat, and there'd be a timer that showed that heat was enabled for the channel, and you'd click the buy button and you'd do the thing. So I kind of want to just get a super stub version of this in. Just so we can push this and start building our stupid service, which is going to be a hassle. It's definitely going to be a hassle. The webhook thing That's gonna suck. I thought we figured out a way to do that and still get like local, but now I don't remember. There's got to be some local way to do it, right? Anyway, that's not right. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Okay, so let's do this, actually. Change my mind again. Let's not do this. Let's, we have the UI. Let's just steal this exact same code. I think we want this exact code. It really shouldn't, probably should not all be in the unauthorized. But whatever. And let's go inside here, inside this unauthorized, and let's do all this crap. So the thing we want though is to append this to not main, but UI. And then in here we will do one of these. How does that treat us? And we had this business. Just steal this, cram this in here. Not perfect, not ideal, but let's just go ahead with this nightmarish thing. Okay, incredible. That is an incredible button. Because we're not doing the insane scaling that they were doing. Okay, so we have buttons, and we have a button, and we can buy a thing with the button. So let's do this, and let's just make this like 10. Okay, enable heap for 1 minute. So we have crammed our UI in here. I definitely am not saying this is the way to do it. It's just, it's going to let us get a button on the server. And if we look right now, I think we're getting 401s for all these because Twitch made bad tools. And they did a bad job with their tools, and they did a bad job giving meaningful errors, which I feel like is in some ways a worse crime than bad tools. Okay, so we get the thing, we get the skew. So what we want to do, we got our use bits. So we're using bits. So if we push this and we get this stupid button, I don't know. This kind of seems like it would work. It will at least let us get a button on the test stream to click. And this would all still work. You know, normal heat would work. We would just have this stupid button over here. Let's do it. I think we should do it. Okay, so then the thing is to go here. Somewhere in here. To my console, go in here, go to here. Really wish we could destroy this or delete it or hide it or do anything useful. Like, all I want to do is throw this away. I don't want this version to exist anymore. I wish I could archive it or do anything to get it out of my face. But it does not seem possible. Seems like I'm stuck with this broken, unreleased version that was a test version for the rest of my entire life. Really don't like stuff like that. If they have a retired section, why can't I just retire this? Is it in here somewhere? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, this version and then files. And so what we will need to do is this silly zip process again. And actually, let's just blow this away. So our component, it was a valiant attempt, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. So we really only want these 3 files. Let's zip these. '20, 21, 1206. And let's upload this. And then we will move this to a hosted test. Somehow, move to hosted test, move. And then we will click this. And we will it says installed. Why are there 2 different things here? This is not the right. That's not right. Why is this true? Okay, actually we needed to shoot. Abort. Move to local test. Files. Asset hosting. Remove video component. We don't want video component. Why isn't this called overlay, which is the actual name? Okay, now move to hosted test. Now go here and hit refresh. Still inexplicably, are these 2 different things? Unclear. So we got to go here. Okay, not only do we have to install it. Wait, we don't want this. We never want this. Get this out of here. That was the wrong one. Sorry. Keep getting so confused. That's 0.2.1, which should never, ever exist. Okay, we want this one. We want to activate it as overlay 1. We want to replace it, which is... I still don't quite understand. Does this mean it just disables heat for people that aren't opted in to see the test version? Really clunky. So that seems to not have worked because we don't have the modifier keys and we don't have This is the test extension, except we do something wrong? Hey boy. Okay. Did I not switch this back to hosted or something? Maybe that's... this is today, right? No, that is ancient. Am I back in stupid? Good grief. Okay. I don't know why. I'm just falling apart over here. That was clearly my fault. That one, I take the blame for that. Okay, move to local test. Go to files. Choose the files. Upload these files. The order was not what I expected, I guess. Go here. Move to host a test. Move to host a test. Go here. It's funny that this says assets uploaded and not testing. I don't really... Gonna like go through this again. So this is normal, real, actual, regular old heat. We have this. I really don't understand why this one is testing and this is assets uploaded, but whatever. Let's install this one. And then let's activate this one as overlay 1. So 2.1.0 as overlay 1. Accept this. Okay, we now have this button. Terrific. So here's the thing. We are presumably that's really lame. That double click, oh boy. Twitch, not great. If you double click this button, it maximizes the window. Anyway, so we should click here. I don't understand why I'm not getting the little confirm dialog. Binary, if you click this, are you around? If you click this, do you get the little confirm dialog? I can't believe we've been streaming for almost 3 hours and accomplished almost nothing because I've just managed to distract myself immensely and intensely as usual. Is that an important email? Probably not. Probably not important. More billing. Okay. So we want this. We want to be able to pub sub, and we want to be able to get this. So get started. Handling events. Before subscribing, you must create a callback that listens for events. Your callback, you must use SSL and listen on, etc., etc. The only table lists the types of notifications your handler needs to process. The Twitch event sub, etc., etc. Okay, here's what really sucks, though, is this. Is that just like standard web crypto, or is this some stupid proprietary package? Like, am I going to have this timing safe equal or whatever? Is that a real thing? Where are the methods? Like, that's not a good sign. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to like rely on some stupid. Already annoyed enough that we had to use dog, and by using dog, we added so many, so much other garbage to our worker to have a build system and all this other crap. So we suddenly have 10 dozen, many dozens, scores of libraries. Like, what does this mean? That's the Node.js crypto implementation. Is that not in the browser crypto? I really don't want to use a Node module. I mean, I guess we know how now because we do stupid ES build, but web cryptography sucks. Like, the web crypto stuff is just bad. Just bad. Yeah, that timing thing is and what do we try to port this to I don't know what that timing safe equal even means. Like, we could probably port this to use um I mean, maybe we can figure this out. Create a HMAC with the secret. Update it with the message. So we can verify. I don't want to do that. But that seems like how this is built. Okay, so just to be clear, can you do that? Everything you should subscribe to. Okay, the following table lists the types of notifications your handler needs to process. So yeah, it's got this stuff, contains a reason why revoked, like blah. So we have to have an endpoint and it has to respond to these different things from Twitch. It is on us to verify the message, like verify that it came from Twitch, which I get it. It's probably smart to do that. So we have to set a secret and do all this stuff. We did some of this stuff before. I don't remember doing the HMAC thing though. I don't actually, maybe that has changed. Processing an event. Okie dokie. Yeah, there's the stupid challenge request thing. Okay, I'll be right back again, sorry. It's me. Okay, yeah. I realize I'm complaining again, but this is, it's kind of annoying. So we can do this localhost test. So that's kind of handy, right? So we can do this local test here. So a simple handler that uses all the garbage. The crypto part is annoying. This is a pretty weird thing to do. Type something in next case and then, but sure. Sure. You do you. So the thing this doesn't actually do is add the subscription, right? Like this thing doesn't actually subscribe. This is purely just the event handling. But I guess that's fine. The thing of, okay, I mean, I guess that's fine. I guess that's a totally separate task we have to worry about, but sure. So let's just start on a new thing. The heat broker. I don't really want to cram this into the EBS. We have Wrangler in here. Can we do like a Wrangler's or some kind of Wrangler init? I don't really remember what I'm doing. Webpack, F you. Okay, what's our other Tama look like? Webpack. Why? I've just never been a build system kind of person. It's just never been all the way back. All the way back. I've never been a build system kind of person. You end up spending more time managing your build system than actually doing the work you're trying to do, or frequently feels that way. Just not a fan, you know? Why type as JavaScript? That's fine. Let's add this stuff, I guess. Just trying to sort of match this. I kind of remember what's going on. Are we supposed to have some kind of main file or something? Do I want this to be, let me think about how I want to do this. I think I want this to be a module. Okay, hang on. New folder, source. We may still have to do some nonsense here. Maybe. I don't remember. Wrangler. Should be very broken. Okay, that's great. So, we need to do some stuff that looks like, let's just steal our very initial handler. I mean, it's basically just this, right? Like that's all we really. That's all we really want, right? And we probably need, you know, we probably want this. So, which means we probably want this thing. Weren't you able to do like a, should be in here, right? This whole thing? Oh yeah, mini flare, that's what we want. That's the real jam, right? I don't think we technically need mini flare since we're not durable objecting, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because we may end up KVing at least. What if a package like and not a package.json? Is that weird? So I do want a couple of these things. One of them, at least. For now, just this, I guess. And we'll do this. I don't know if this is going to work. Possibly. No fetch handler responded. Okay, that's fine. Because we just want to throw a 404. We don't know. We don't know what's up. Easy, right? Headers is not defined. That's sure. Can't argue with that. Headers is not defined. Okay, unknown page. So what we need to do is something like what? Event sub. Something like this. That'll be broken, and then event sub fun page. It's a fun page. So inside event sub land is where we got to handle. Oy. Like we need to verify the message first. Get HMAC message. Get secret. How do you get an HMAC message from the request? The request.body. Okay. So I think we can now do this business. The Twitch command line now, what is that? How do we do that? Scoop. What the hell is Scoop? Another package manager for Windows? I don't want to. I don't want to. Scoop. Hey. I don't want another. I don't want it. I don't want another package manager. Should I just do it? I don't even care. So annoying. Let's just do it. Let's just install more random nonsense because Twitch wants to. And why would we argue with Scoop? Obviously, we want more package managers. Sure didn't do a good job updating my path. Maybe it's just Twitch. Okay, so you are telling me that I should be able to do this. Oh yeah, that makes sure. That's weird. Why can't I post it? I didn't even check to see if it was Okay, well, first of all, that's the wrong ports. Okay, so invalid, received fun page as body. We expected some nonsense, but this is okay. This is less horrible than it could be. At least they give you tools to test locally. It's not great, but it's less horrible than it could be. This is the nonsense we get in. So what are we actually supposed to do? So really, we're supposed to like whatever. Validate thing. But how? What's the secret here? What is the secret? Should always specify it. Contradict works then. Change the F flags value to point to your handler. S flags value to your secret. I see. Okay, so the secret can just be whatever. Right? I mean, it can just be whatever. Between 10 and 100 characters. It's a good secret. Okay, so what do we actually need to do when we get in here? We need to message type notification request.headers message type. I hate it. Why do you make this so complicated? If these two weird constants equal these other constants, sure. How about if what? Request.headers. So which one is the header? This is the header? Okay, no. Yeah, so Twitch event sub message type. So if this header is equal to message type notification is equal to notification. I mean, I get it. I know why they do it. Okay, what are the other types we care about? Oops. Verification, notification, revocation. So oops. So these are the three things that we care about, it would seem. Verify, notify, revoke. So what did I do wrong? Must have been sub. Undefined. So what did we do wrong here? We're expecting the headers to have Twitch event sub. We're expecting that to be lowercase. Excuse me? What am I doing wrong? Is that not where the headers are? There's a fetch. Oh, is this in the wrong order? I don't think so. What? Like that request didn't even have a method. What happened? Is this some goofy... There's a post. I'm probably just doing something silly. Headers. These are the headers. Twitch event sub subscription type. Twitch event sub. Twitch event sub message type. But this is in an array. Did I miss that? Right? Like that looks like it's a Twitch event sub message type. Is calling to lowercase like automatically? So we're asking for verification. That doesn't work. Yeah, because I don't even see that. So Twitch event sub message type. Is this not the way to get this? Do I need to do like a headers get or something? You know, we're just doing, we got Cloudflare headers or Cloudflare stuff versus okay, get. We're using get here. The Cloudflare request object, I think, is a bit different than the Node.js. We'll stumble our way through this. Where's my anything? Okay, we got that. So it's just this. How about this? Okay, so we're in verification. So what are we doing? Inside verification land. How annoying this looks. We're gonna respond with the challenge. That seems pretty easy. I mean, we're not actually verifying anything here, but hey. I think it looks something like that. Receive nothing as the body. We need to do something fancy to get the body. Just can't remember. I'm not even sure we look at the body, actually. So what are we supposed to do? Like that may be a promise that we have to... We might have to get the body. Maybe they have some middleware that's parsing this. Yeah. So we just need to... I think that's how you do it. Nope. Request.body is not a function. Kind of thought it was, but apparently not. Body. Just a request.body. JSON returns promise it resolves. Okay, it's request.json. That's what we want. I don't know, something like that. Okay, so we're getting closer. It's really just our header type. I mean, we're not verifying the thing. This is a massive simplification because we're not actually verifying the message, which is probably the most annoying part, but baby steps. And then apparently we need to send some, what do you want? I don't even see any response headers. What's your request headers? There's it send status. Invalid content type header. Doesn't say anything about that. It's that Metal Gear Solid music again. I just do this? That's good enough? What do you want? Why do you tell me an invalid content type and not tell me what content type you want? Verifying. Okay. Well, what? Responding to a challenge request. What do you want? Doesn't say anything about the content type. What's the, what do you want? Like when you return the challenge, what's the content type supposed to be? Just application JSON? That's not really what I'm sending, so that would be weird. I mean, unless it literally, unless it's what's contained in that challenge. Invalid content type header. What do you want? Content type, application JSON is what you sent. What am I supposed to respond with? Application JSON. Content type, application JSON. I hate this. Why wouldn't it say what the content type is supposed to be? And in here, it just doesn't show. It just shows, maybe in this example. This is the response. It's just, what do you want? What do you want it to be? What do you want the content type to be? You tell me. You tell me. I'll give you any type that you want. Anything. This is the kind of stuff that is so irritating to spend time on. Why don't you tell me what you want? Why don't you tell me? Tell me? Tell me what you want. How about this? Application Octet Stream. You like that? Huh? You like Octet streams? I'll give you an Octet stream. Why don't you just tell me the thing that you want instead of me guessing? Oh. Is it text playing? Didn't I try that? Maybe it got mad at the UTF. Excuse me? Text/plain. How about that? Okay, it loves text plain. It could have just told me that, and I would have been glad to send it. Okay, so all this does is send back the challenge. So that's easy enough. It just bounces it right back. So easy enough. If there's a notification, that means we got data, and I guess we want to send back a 204. See, okay. So can we test a notification? What? Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. Okay. Shut up. Okay. So that seems fine. And this is where we actually get our data. So this is like, hey, you got some data here. And we want to basically just get the JSON, I guess, and I'll just do this, maybe. So this is our test. That's a test subscribe. Is that what we just sent? Or do we even have any say in it? Yeah, okay. So that's the trigger subscribe. So in theory, we could trigger some other event. And then it doesn't even show us anything about revocation. It just logs it. And it's really weird you'd send a 204 if it was unknown. That doesn't say correct. I mean, I guess you're just saying like, hey, I got your message. I don't understand it, but that's kind of weird. Like, hey, I don't know what you're saying. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So we're not handling revoke. I guess we probably really should, right? Like we should be able to say, like, sub. Okay, this is the most annoying part. So like the secrets. Just use the same secret for now, right? Okay, we gotta like do the thing. So how do we do this? Oh, this sucks so much. So the HMAC message is just all of this crap crammed together. Does that actually work? Is that actually the... We want that as text. So like, is that a thing we can do? Get the JSON from it. Can we get just text? Yeah, we just want text. Okay, so let's what? Yeah, boy. So I gotta like change all this stuff. Which message ID? This, but lowercase. Twitch message timestamp. And this stuff just gets all crammed together, I believe. Verifying this stuff sucks. It was just not so clumsy. Okay. And hopefully this is some like concatenated nightmare. What's wrong? Body used already. Oh, interesting. How about that? Do what? Oh, it's this. This is the problem. It's this. I think. Oops. Okay, we should get the stupid concatenated thing, which looks like the message ID concatenated with the time, concatenated with the body. So it's just those things are crammed together. So you have that. Okay, and then what are we doing? Oh, I hate this stuff so much. It sucks so much. It's so tedious. Okay. Verify message. And especially the way they wrote this with like, why? What is the point of breaking this out into the function? And like breaking these out into functions, they get called one time. So all you do is like break the flow of your program. Like these are things that are called once. I'm not a fan of this. You don't break functions out in like until three things use it. you don't like break things out into functions. This is so over engineered. It's like so overly precious, which makes it a bad example. Like this crap. I don't know. It's a bad example. Okay, so getting cranky again. I'm sorry. This stuff is really just bad, though. It's really is bad. Like, what is the point of this? What is the point of this? Okay, so we have this. We have an HMAC message. Now we need to do get HMAC. Okay, so crypto create HMAC. Oh boy. I don't even know how to do this. Oh my gosh, this sucks so much. It sucks so much. Okay, this is the way to get a key. I just can't really imagine the person that designed this API. Like, how could you have done this and been like, I did a great job. We did a great job here today. It just sucks so much. Okay, now we have to do this. And the data is this stupid concatenated thing, right? Like, but message I hate this. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Who is using this B2A? Who's using this? Oh, it's calling that on. Okay, import key. We did the stupid import key. This person is breaking everything into functions for no reason at all. No reason at all. There's no reason to do that. We have the key. Now I have to do this garbage. So this is what I can't actually remember. The message. That's what I don't really remember. Anyway, okay. Where is this used? Get the message. This just sucks so much. So we have to get this. I can't remember if that's actually right. And then after this, we're gonna have to do this, right? Create an array buffer 264, base 64. Is this the worst API of all time? Could be. Could be the worst API of all time. So we got the stupid key. Now we convert the base 64 to a uint8 array. Wait, you just... What? What? It needs to be an array buffer. So that's creating it to base 64, but then you're taking the base 64 and turning it to... What? You're like converting this to base 64 and then converting it from base 64 back to ASCII, but then doing this char code thing? This is the worst. So terrible. Just truly abysmal. I don't... Look at this insanity. I'm sure you don't need to do both of these, right? Like, isn't this like, you're taking the signature, then you're turning that into a uint8 array. Fine. Then you're calling... Then you're getting the char codes for that and converting that to base 64, but then you're converting it back? Like, why can't you just have this? I don't know. We'll try to remove the thing. Who knows? Who knows what these people are doing? Okay, and then verify is this. Is our key actually the thing it needs to be, or do we have to do something stupid to the key also? It's the worst. It's the worst. I'm sure something is wrong here. And I think something in here is base 64 URL encoded also, right? Or is that just because it was JSON Web Tokens? So we don't actually have to deal with that because it's not JSON Web Tokens, I hope. So we get this. We have a bunch of functions for no reason because these are only called one time. So total waste of time. Signature is sign response. Which one's the message and the secret? Do we have to do that to verify as well? Do we have a signature header? I hate this. I guess I could spend time to figure out how this actually works, but I hate it so much that I don't even want to. I don't want to deal with it. Is there some kind of... What do we actually have in here? Okay, we do have a message signature. So is this what we actually care about? The SHA... So maybe we only need half of this. Const signature equals... So we have the message signature. We have the message. Okay, so for just the verification part. Message, signature, and secret. So verify signature. I think we don't need to do this because they give us a signature. And then can we do this? Because this is presumably, I mean, but it's SHA equal. I don't know, man. What a huge pain in the butt. So you're supposed to verify this against the signature. So you're supposed to, like, this is actually, this just signs, right? Like it creates one and then I just don't understand it. And I don't, it's so stupid and so gross. Like it is there's nothing about this that is intuitive. If we want to verify a signature, maybe this is all we really need. It's just a question of having the right formats for this stuff, you know, like. Okay, let's start here, and it's going to be a pain, and maybe we can grind through it. Maybe through some miracle it's going to work right the first time. It's not. Key is not a type of crypto key. Well, interesting. Oh. Verify? False. Not surprising. So we got a key. We did the thing. Of course, verify is false because of course it is. Because of course it is. Message. UInt8 array. I'm just guessing. I don't even know really what to do with this. Every example is so terrible. And the like error messages are never helpful in any way. Okay, so what do we do here? What we do here, this doesn't look like it actually calls a verify. This looks like it does a, yeah. It looks like it just tries to sign it and then sees what the result is, right? So is that an easier thing to do? Secret key data. So like, where was our secret key data? So we need to encode it first. But we did that. We encoded the secret key. Great. And then, so, you know, I kind of feel like we got a key. To guard against timing attacks, since H max use symmetric keys, you can blah, 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 blah. Then doing string comparison, this is insecure as string comparisons bail out on the first mismatch, which leaks information to potential attackers. Well, so received MAC. What does that mean? The received MAC? So we have to run this stupid thing on the signature. Is that what we're doing here? Byte string to UInt8 array, this stupid crap. Doesn't really seem right because I just don't know, man. Like this signature SHA equals, we have a signature. So we have the data to authenticate. So I feel like the signature is what's busted right now. But what is that MAC? Like received MAC, what is that? There's like no signature here. We get the sign, that's to get the MAC. So what do you actually get from this? Do we need to just remove that SHA prefix? I mean, this takes that. Let's even use that. verify message with the signature. So that's a second parameter here. So it's verify signature, and it just says does a buffer from. So that's received. Maybe that's the received MAC in this land, and that required us to call this stupid thing. I mean, the fact that like this is the main evidence that this is a horribly designed API, that you have to have whatever stupid helper functions in here to make a thing work is just to like slice and dice the data. To me is strong evidence that this is a very poorly designed API. That it requires things in such a specific format that of all the tons of conversion, like there's all of the many ways in which signature buffer received MAC base 64. So is that just the signature? I don't think it is. Of all of the ways you can slice and dice text, all the encoders, whatever, encode, decode, all these ways to convert stuff to like whatever, flip and convert and so on and so on. That you still have to have helper functions to try to do the thing you need to do is just so annoying to me. I'm just going to cram this in here because I don't want to think about it. Okay, still an extreme false. What's funny is it doesn't, I mean, it wasn't just, it's not just base 64 because it has a prefix, right? Like it has, so what did they do? A buffer from the verify signature, which is here, which is here, which is just, should just be event sub message signature, 2 lowercase. Right? But the SHA prefix, like, is that weird? Doesn't that seem weird? Great. Looks great. But that makes it sound like it's A to B, like it's base 64 encoded. At least in this example. It's like ASCII to binary would be back to, yeah, byte string to an 8 array. Like, none of that really seems right. I don't think we need this. But the SHA prefix is throwing me off. Who knows? Who knows what I'm doing? Okay, we are using the actual proper secret, maybe. Okay. I'm probably gonna do this wrong. Replace this with nothing. I don't know. Great. This is what we did last time, was just like guess at every stage until we got it. Byte string to you and data array, it just doesn't feel right. It's so annoying. Like, pretty curious about what this is. Like, what's coming in here. This makes that seem like they're getting a base 64 string. Over here, they don't even do anything to the signature. Right? Like, they just create a buffer from it, even with the SHA equals, which seems weird to me. But, like, right? Because it's just... Wait, there is a prefix. So... HMAC is the get HMAC. What? Okay, wait. Verify message has a get HMAC. Create HMAC. And the get HMAC is what goes into the verify. So I don't know. I don't understand at all. And it's like that's a different, just totally different from what we're trying to do. Maybe somebody has done this somewhere. This nightmare. I don't want a Node.js example. This is just so not fun or interesting or anything. Just so not. Not remotely. We get the message ID, we get the timestamp, we get the algorithm, we get the signature. This splits based on the algorithm and the signature, which is kind of what I was thinking. But this HMAC is using crypto, so do we have to do that? Do we have to use... But I would say that just feels really suspect to me. Like the idea of having yeah, they're doing the thing where they just sign it, right? Where they actually this doesn't even look like it's doing anything. We create the HMAC. Twitch Hex is the create the X now. Yeah, this is just actually like signing and then checking that the signature matches. And that is not, that's not what you're really supposed to do, right? But maybe I just don't care enough. Like, I feel like we really did this for actual heat. So maybe we should be looking in there. I remember it being so stupid, and so painful and so annoying. We did get it to work eventually. Somewhere, right? I got this whole JWT thing. Okay, so we import the key. And we only pass it the secret. Did I do anything to the secret? Yeah, this character SUINT 8 array, and then all the blah, blah, blah. This doesn't do that. This just has a text encode. But I seem to remember that not working, like that not being enough. Ugh, I really don't have time for this. I got other stuff to do. Verify the token and the tokens. What did we actually do? So I'm kind of wonder, I forgot that I made this its own little standalone class. Maybe we could use that. Maybe past me did us a favor. Right? Like maybe past me. What is the token though? So, we get the secret, and we verify. We actually just do that in here, I see. So we call that from here. So really we just verify with a token and a secret. But I forgot about, oh yeah, it's like this whole thing, like the header, the payload, and the signature, and that all comes. We split that out of the token. So I think we can't use this exactly. Look how stupid all of this is. It's all so stupid. Some of the stuff is because we had to break it out of the JSON web token, right? Like that's part of what we were doing. The header plus the payload is the data in this case. In the other case, it looks like it's data plus time, or it's like whatever. Okay, so can we just work backwards here from this? Maybe we can just work backwards and know that we want to end up here. I mean, actually, probably did want one piece of that, right? Oh, it's so terrible. It's so bad. Okay, working backwards. But in this case, the thing we want here is, I believe, our message. Okay, I'm working backwards a little more. We want the signature, which I don't remember this, but like, I mean, in this case, actually, should have kept the signature. Go with the raw signature. The message. We have the signature. Okay, we need the key, which we get from here. Oh, that was such a pain to get to work. It was such a pain. Okay. Okay. So sure we did something wrong. Oops. That's fine. We need some stupid methods here. So I don't exactly understand what it is we did to get the original thing to work. It's so just astonishingly terrible. Just truly bad. Okay, we need the algorithm. Is that the only thing? I still don't know about the signature. Characters to uint8 array. Somehow made that lowercase. It's the same thing somehow there. There's probably some stuff we don't actually need in here. Basic SQL URL. What? 36. This. Because the JSON Web Token was even worse. How did I just lowercase all of this? Probably bad. Probably things in there that need to be not lowercase. Import key. And key data I lowercased. How did I? Add paste, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you know, the JSON Web Token stuff was even worse because it had some stupid URL encoding thing that made it even more complicated. Okay, so of course this failed, but I kind of think it's because of that the prefix. I kind of think it's because the prefix on the signature. You know? So I do think this is kind of funny. What did I do? I'm sorry? What is your problem? Cannot read property replace of undefined base64 URL to base64. Base64 URL to base64. So secret is set. Raw signature. Did I do this wrong? I don't remember how to do this. Is this how you do it? So we do have the raw signature. It still seems like we're just effed. We do have this signature. I mean the secret. 5F ending in 4E4. The raw signature. I really don't know. We have the message, which I think is the thing we're supposed to be verifying against. Not totally sure. I hate this so much. So much. What a horrible API. Truly horrible. This really was just these things concatenated, right? It's the message ID, it's the timestamp, and it's the request body as a JSON string. I don't really know what we were supposed to do differently there. The key data. There's just that thing on there, and then we do the import key. We have key data. We have algorithm. I mean, maybe it's the base64 thing. Because I technically think we don't have to do that. Because I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know. It could be that the signature is not that. Could be that characters uint8 array is already enough for this. Could be that it's already enough for this. Do have to stop soon. I really do. It's just so hard to know really what it wants, you know? Like, I mean, that seems not. We want characters uint array from the secret to get a uint8 array to give us the key data to give us the key. Kind of want the same thing for the signature, because I guess we don't want the prefix. I don't know, actually. It would seem weird to me that you'd want that prefix, but maybe you do. It was a silly way to do this, but just want to try it really quickly. This, I don't know. I just don't really know. You know, it's just hard to. We could try to sign it with all the same crap and see what the result is, which is what they do. I believe they're just signing there. I don't think they're actually verifying. So to sign, byte string to uint8 array, A to E, it's assuming it's base 64. But I don't know that I believe that. Like, this is a. Let's verify. What do you actually just sign it? Is key the thing? So let's try this. Key and then encoder encode, and this was message, right? And encoder in this case is just a new text encoder. And see what we get out. Text encoder. Let's see what happens when we sign it versus what we get out. So that would mean we need to console log this. And just compare these two buffers, I guess. I seem extremely different and wrong. Unless these are. Oh, wait. This ASCII and these are hex. That says uint8, but it is in hex. Oh, are you serious? A uint8 array, 64 uint, so. Well, this couldn't be BB. So these aren't hex, these are just bytes. So yeah, that's lame. So can we show these as a, this MAC as a, uint8 array? I don't know if I did that correctly. I feel like I didn't. What is it actually? uint8 array, lowercase I. I don't know if this is really going to help. I mean, we could try to just see. Well, that was weird. uint8 array. Why would that have been true? UN 8 array. Can't you just make one of these from... Can you get one from an array buffer? Okay, so we just do this, not without from. Do we need a new? Oops. Oh boy, this is the least good thing ever. So signing this gave us HMAC, that was our key. This was our encoded message. Is there something missing from the encoded message? Because we only got 32 bytes from this.
I just want to go back.
Like, what am I missing here? Okay, yeah, I don't know. This is one of those frustrating things that if I just understood how the thing worked, we would know what we're doing, but I don't understand. Okay, so these individual... Like, how do you interpret this? You take these as individual bytes? Is that what you do? Like these as characters? Like, I just don't quite understand. What we're supposed to do with that? Where was our friend who's not really our friend? Not this one. Where was the example from? The Cloudflare person. I'm sorry, from the Twitch person. Was here. This person definitely split that. The ID plus the timestamp plus the buffer. And in this case, that's the ID, that's the timestamp, and the buffer is, who knows? Who knows? Is who knows? Like, are we just supposed to text encode that? Are we supposed to, like, our buffer, or do we need to do the character to intent array with the data? Like, does this need to be data here? That doesn't seem right. Either way, I don't really understand why we're getting 32. So let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, so it would appear that there are 64 bits. If these are individual bits, are these individual bits? Like, we're getting a 64-bit signature. But when we sign here, we only get 32 bits out. That seem weird? Is that weird? Seems a little bit weird. Is that a function of the data length or something? I really don't know. I really don't know. But we're only getting 32 bits out of sign. That's 256. So shouldn't that actually be like, how do these let's say this is the secret key. Let's say this is test. So it's plain text or base64. Okay, that actually would be helpful for us to figure out. So if we had, for example, this concatenated message, we did log that. So if we had this concatenated message, and we have this key, that's not how you do it, then you would expect the hash to be this. Okay, so this is promising. That's good news. That's good news. That means like this is as expected, right? We put this in. That was the thing that came in the header. We put in this data. So is this our problem? Is it because that thing is plain text? It's plain text. So, okay, anyway, that's promising. I'll be right back. I forgot to switch to the I'll be right back camera. Remember when I foolishly thought something might go smoothly today? When it was just such a what an outrageous notion. That's okay. Okay, I apologize for the crankiness. It's just it's so frustrating and it's so ambiguous. So it is a clear plain text hashed output, right? Like, so does that mean, I think that's confusing, is that we get 32 bits back? Like, I don't really understand that. So now the thing I'm trying to figure out, totally separate from verification, is why when are we doing something weird to the key? Characters to uint8 array from the secret. I mean, changing the secret should not change the length of the hash. So we have this secret, and that is the secret we are using. So there could be something wrong with the way we're handling the data. It wants an int 8 array, not a uint 8 array. I don't know. I mean, we got that sign here, right? This is suspicious, but it still should not affect the output. So this is the base 64 version of the Mac, stream from Carecode. So let's just try. Just trying to get it to output something that looks recognizable. Like if we, I really miss, a major thing that I miss in Windows from macOS is this just doesn't seem right. Wait, that was 64. Hold on. It's the ability to like alt tab between. The ability to alt tab between windows within a single, it's really like command tilde, windows within a single application. Windows doesn't really do that in the way that I want it to. Okay, so we get an array buffer here. It says it's 32 bytes. I just don't understand that. An array buffer of the data you want to sign. So it does need to be an array buffer. But still, this still... Is there something wrong with the key? With that? Wait, did that just work? What did I do differently? Didn't I do uint 8 array a minute ago and it didn't work? 32 bits. Oh, because that says signature. Yeah. Never mind. Signature is what this is supposed to return when you sign. So like, yeah. I just tricked myself into believing it worked for a second. Why? Why? There's something about the import key. The HMAC import key. You have an algorithm. HMAC, hash names. We have the key data. What if I did that? Don't think it makes a difference. There's just a whole lot of other crap in here. But sign and verify. Raw. Raw could be an array buffer. In terms of UNT data array, that's kind of what you'd expect. And then this HMAC name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like changing the key. Right? I like HMAC import key, the HMAC sign. Why is this only 32 bytes? Oh boy. Returns an array buffer. Is there just some tight, like, some site where we can test? I'm pretty. I have to run, like, to run these. I really don't know what to do. I don't know why. I don't know why that's only 32 bits instead of 64. I just don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, I'm almost positive this is wrong. Is it something about the length here? Like, I don't think so. What's your problem? So you want data array, that's what you want, right? Why, everybody? Why? Why is that only 32 bytes instead of 64 bytes? What critical piece of information am I missing?
Ugh, gross. It's all so gross. It's so gross. I don't know what to do. I thought that because we ground through it before, that we would like, would be able to grind through it once again. But it sure sucks. Okay, let's do a few things. Is this all text encoders doing? I think that's not actually true because I think there's some stupid base64 thing with JSON Web Tokens, but we're not using JSON Web Tokens. So let's just take that out of the equation. Get that wrong every time. Okay, so just to like check some business. That's the SHA, that's that. So like 51 is the number 3, and then we look up here and we see it's the number 3. So like we feel pretty good about this, right? Like seems like these characters match this, which is the thing that we want to say. We want to say we have an array. That this array contains the thing that we think it should contain. Right? And then actually, where are we logging the key? Is our key broken? Okay, that's the key. Okay, but let's make sure. The secret, like, what is the secret? Is it just to whatever? It's just some bytes. $53 would be the number 5. That's what that starts with, so that seems okay. So, I mean, I feel like we have buffers that contain the data of our key and of our signature. Right? I mean, the only thing we're doing, which is maybe questionable, is instead of using the, like, you know, this thing. which I don't think is the right thing to do. Why did we log down there? That was weird. That puts 71 bytes in. That just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. It feels like we went 64 bytes and the signature matches, right? And then so we have the algorithm. We have the key, we have the signature, we have the data. Like, let's re-import the key. This is where you verify. Verify just says H. We did this to the data. We think we have the right key. We think this is how to do the signature. We have this data. Down here, for signing, we have HMAC. We have the key and we have the encoded data. Like, all there is to it. Anything weird about the secret key data, all we do is encode this. Pulse. Say it's raw. Raw is raw data. Our algorithm is that correct? Format is actually slightly different. Whatever that's worth. I don't know if that means anything, but it is different. Okay, where do we verify? It's up here. What did it say? It only says HMAC here. What is this last thing we're logging? Oh, right, that's the actual output of the thing. Sure. Verify key signature data. The key, we just did a text encode of the secret. I mean, the thing that's suspicious is they have this weird function up here. But is that because this is base 64 and our thing isn't base 64 and we can actually use encoding? Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I still do not understand why when we call sign, we get only 32 bytes. Like, what is the deal? The data to authenticate. That is encoded, encode. In this case, message is our big concatenated thing, but it shouldn't matter, right? Like, even if this was, even if that's all there was to it, it should still be Okay, wait. Let's think about this a little bit. So, let's think about this. Ugh. Is this my problem? Is this the problem? Is it defaulting to it's 32 bytes, which would be 128. Hang on. I don't know. Did that actually change anything? No, it's 32 bytes. That is 256. So why would there be 64 bytes? That's almost like it's 512. Is it not SHA-256? Is that the whole thing here? Is that the whole thing? That this is actually using heavier duty encryption? Is that my whole problem in my whole world? We lost the dude. I mean, this definitely says 256. Okay, before I do anything, Twitch uses the secret as a key when creating a SHA-256. But I guess I'm just confused about something. Why would this is 64 bits. I'm sorry, 64 bytes. It's 64 bytes. Well, that's even weirder. Wait, what? Yeah, sorry, 64. So 64 times 8 bits looks like 512 to me. That looks like 512. This key looks like a 512. Is there something weird about plain text? You see where I'm going with this? I don't exactly know what I'm trying to communicate here, but where like it turns into 64 characters to express 256, but like it's so I guess what I'm saying is like there's some dumb thing I just don't get. Like those numbers don't seem like they add up to me. Like is it because you're only using the first, like you don't store anything above 1 byte. Why is this 500? Why are there 512 total bits here? What do I just not understand? Because we're talking like, if this is supposed to be 256 bits, maybe I just don't get it. Maybe I just do not get it. Like 32 times 8 is 256. So this, in that way, makes sense to me. This doesn't quite make sense to me. You know? I feel like there's something to this. I just don't exactly know what I'm... You went 8 array from a signature. Look at this. We sign it, and then it's doing this thing, this like... Just curious. I don't know. I'm kind of grasping at straws over here. What did you do wrong? Just curious. And then if we went back here, and we got this nonsense. Does 1.6 seem correct? 1.6, yep, 88. Would you look at that? We do end up with the right. So what is like what is the disconnect here? If a UN8 array that's 32. But when I run it through this, it's the same? Like, what? Is there some parameter here that we are overlooking? The buffer, the byte offset, and a length, a new typed array. So if, I don't know, is there something to this? A byte offset? Really struggling here. Invalid typed array link 64. Why? And optionally a byte offset and a length. A new typed array is created that views the specific array buffer. The byte offset and length parameters specify the memory range that will be exposed to the typed array. If both are omitted, all of buffer is viewed and only length is omitted, the remainder of buffer is viewed. So like, I see. So no, I don't think this is really doing what we want. I'm just so off track at this point. Like, wait a second. Wait one darn second. Hold the phone. I've done that so many times today. Hold the phone, please. No, there's something to this. Did you see that? Look in there. "48 is this 0 is 48. 56 is 8. It's these individual. So how do we do this? How do we do this? That's a uint 8 contents, but that's not what we want. We want those individual. So how do we get that? You see what I mean? That's the problem. These pairs. Oh man. Okay. We gotta like split these. What? Okay, so, oh gosh. So then what? 5 is 53, right? And 9 is 57. So like this is right. We just need these individual. What a weird thing. So wait, what is like the 0th element is what? That's baffling. Is 1 49? 49 is 1. Yeah. So you see what I want here? Like what a weird thing. The way it returned these is kind of insane. So is that like what that char code thing is supposed to do? The weird char code doodad? This thing. Byte string to uint8 array. Byte string to uint8 array. That didn't work. That wasn't happy. I don't think that's what we want. I don't even know how to get that out of there. But you see it. You see what's in there. So like, I don't know. We are getting the thing. It's just really weird. The contents of it are. We want the character codes of each individual, like. Yeah, we don't want it as a uint8 array. That's not really what's in there. Like, oh, what a terrible waste of time again. Over 5 hours. It's not a uint8 array, right? It's like. I mean, is it just that the output's crazy, or is it there's something wrong with my input that is causing it? That's like too suspicious, you know? Like it lines up too perfectly. I don't think this is right. I'm just like kind of trying to poke at it a little bit. I just want to know like what else could we, how else we look in there? Because it's so weird. Is it like, it's like every 4 bits or something. It just really doesn't. I just want to know how, what does this thing do? An array buffer containing the signature. But like, and is that what this? Is that what's going on here? Is this like how this is? I'm just so confused. What is this? Kitty. A shared secret key. Kitty. I don't know. Okay, there's this thing. Buff to hex. Yeah, look at this with this thing. It's like so that kind of makes sense. Like seems like the insanity we're seeing. I mean, this isn't even necessarily, we're so off track. This isn't even like headed towards being correct. This is just, okay. DA4, DC4, DA4, DC4. Okay. So we were on some wild goose chase. That's, the signature's right. Quote, unquote, right. So are you telling me if this is true, I'm going to be, I don't know what I'm going to be. Stop it. So I feel like the thing that's broken now is like my understanding of what the signature is. You know, like whatever way that I dealt with their signature, I think is what the problem is. So for example, if we do this, valid is going to be false, right? However, if we do this, it's going to be a weird one. And then we say signed in here and use like our signing of the signature. Oops, what happened? Signed has already been declared. Sure it has. Buff 2 hex. Then valid is true. So that means that it is our like parsing of the signature that is wrong. But I don't know what to do about that. Like the way that it wants the signature encoded, I mean, it would almost be the inverse of this, right? Like we want to take, we do like a hex to buff basically. That does the inverse of this. So how do we get that thing, this thing, to be like where each pair of these is actually, oh gosh. So is that really what we're seeing here? Are we really seeing like this is actually, these are hex values and that this is actually wrong and that it shouldn't be a uint 8 array. It's actually like, seems like that encode is not enough for what has to happen to this signature. You know, like oh gosh, how do I even describe this? We want those to be individual numbers, like where these are essentially added together. So we're like taking 16 bits at a time. It's like a uint. Okay, I'm like slightly understanding this more, maybe. It's just a question of what do we do? Like byte string, a string whose code units are all in the range O255 to U array. But that's not correct. Like it's the char code. Okay, I don't know, man. I feel like we're slowly getting there. What a huge pain. What a excruciatingly annoying thing. Which creates a SHA to HMAC. The length should be 32 bytes. Yeah, I get it. So like, how do you parse that? Like, what do you do with that? I mean, this is, this is not really how you do this. This example is not the right thing. So I just don't even quite know how to describe the weird, let's try this, because we did have that did actually do the thing. So we want characters to uint8 array. I don't really feel like this is correct, but let's just try it. It's still not really what we want. We that should be 32 bits. Like, it's basically all of these added, you know? It's like every one of these. I just don't know if we are responsible for doing that. So, I mean, what I think it is a bunch of hex. So I think I was actually thinking of it backwards. So let's, just to show you what I mean, I think if we now, we sign this, what's wrong? I think what we will find wait, what did I do? Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay, this, we don't want this anymore. We want to keep this with like this is throwing us off the trail. What happened now? Okay, yes. So what is that? That's the key. So for example, gosh, this is weird. I don't quite know. I don't know. Okay. But it's not. It's actually hex for the number 2 and the hex for 3. Like these individual pairs. What a weird thing. What if we do this? I don't think this is right. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm definitely scrambling, struggling, whatever, but I feel like there's... Okay, I need a bathroom break. I feel like we're getting closer. I don't know. This seems so silly. Okay, I'm gonna try to stop guessing for a second, and I'm gonna try to do what looks like is happening to me. Actually, why is this? Oh yeah, whatever, that's fine. So here's what looks like is happening. Again, if we have 9A, 9 is the character code for 57. A is... So, like, what it looks like... Oh, gosh. Here's what it looks like. I'm just going to write it, because I don't even know quite how to describe it, because it's so weird. This is what it looks like is happening. What is the care code thing? Didn't we have something that, like... I think I've messed up my... this. So like care code at. So how does that work? You get a character code for a character that's in the string. Okay, so this is what this looks like to me, and I don't know. It looks like this to me. It looks like this is what it looks like. It seems crazy. I mean, maybe that's just what this encoding is, and I should have found something at the very beginning that said... is that not correct? What's wrong? Care code at. Care code at. Raw signature. And maybe there's a better way to get to this. I don't know. Let's push. Okay, so we're going through and we're adding this. We're taking this 64-bit thing and we're saying actually these are like 128. Whatever. These are 4. What even is that? There's 7? There's 7-bit values or something, so they can only count up to 128 instead of 256. Okay, so then I do this, and then so let's try. It doesn't really look right, but whatever. I just want to try it. It's still not quite right. Okay, so like 3, the character code, it's still not quite right because that's the character code. Sheesh. For 3. How do I show this not as hex? Yeah, this actually. Like I want. Okay, yeah, it's actually like this, right? Because I want the upper. Is it over by 6? Actually over by 8. I don't know. Still kind of. Oh boy, no, that's not right. That doesn't look like they're plus. Gosh, it's really confusing. Wait, why are these uint 8s shown as... Wait a second. That means that would only count to 16. Wait a second. Oh gosh, it's even weirder. It's like, it is text and code. Oh boy, how do I get to this? How do I get to this? Because I want this character code. Like this number is so weird. It has... Like that's 175, but that's not really what I want, right? I don't really want this. I really don't know how you're supposed to get to this. Maybe there's some way, there's some like thing that you run. Like, I don't know, the thing, I'm still not even quite there, but there's just like, I can see unwrap a key. Like, I can see the thing. I can see, I can see the correlation, right? Like, I mean, it's literally just, it's literally the same. Right? Like these pairs are what needs to end up in here. So like how okay, so I was doing it backwards. It's not character code. Isn't there a trick for this? Like if you... It's with the numeric representation of these pairs. And there, it really feels like there's a way to do this. So this was wrong. It's not this. It was almost this. Kind of. It's not the character code. It's the... something like that. I mean, you see what I'm trying to get? I don't know that we're getting there, but like DF. Oops. It is 223. So like, we made it. We got a 223. So how do we now turn this? This is so weird. I really don't understand. But anyway, so now we have this. So we want like a, there has to be just some spec that we just don't get. We're just not getting it. What's wrong? What? I'm sorry? What did we do? What? What are you talking about? What did we change? I don't understand. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Feel so off track on this, but we now have this signature buffer that presumably contains the things that we want. I don't know if that's what the text encoder is supposed to do. I really don't know. But we just got valid, so I don't know. Like dealing with that signature that was in hex, it was a bunch of hex pairs. That's why it was 64 long, because it was, you know, it's just a list of hex. So this is parsing. So I believe we have validated. I guess, I don't know what to say. I guess if I had I don't really know what, like, how we were supposed to arrive at that, really. Like maybe there's a thing maybe there's something you can do for that. Is that what, like, base 64 decode wouldn't do that, right? We're not in day 64. We're in. It was just something about the format of that key. The way it's presented is just some hex value. So there must be a way that you're supposed to do that. Like some way you're supposed to parse that thing. Okay, I will say, I don't know. I guess I got a little tilted. And felt so off track that I just had to guess. I don't know, but the guessing is what eventually let me decode it. I don't know. There's got to be some piece of documentation somewhere that says, hey, this is what... I mean, it's Twitch, right? Twitch is the ones who decided to format it that way versus any number of other ways they could have formatted it, right? Like, who... Well, that's not true, because even that other encoding site, when we tested that one site, it gave us the same value. So it's not like Twitch just made that up. It's, I don't know where that thing is. We're never going to find it in a million years. Not my best moment. Can't believe that. Once again, we spent, I don't know, what was that? Hours on stupid web crypto stuff. So like, I'm really... Okay. You should verify it comes from Twitch. When you subscribe to an event, you pass it a secret. Twitch uses the secret as the key when creating. Twitch passes the HMAC signature to your handler in the Twitch event sub message request header. The secret must be between 10 and 100 characters long. You should use a random number generator meant for cryptography, and the link should be equal to the digest size of the hash function used to create the HMAC. Since Twitch uses the link should be 32 bits. I mean, this is pretty annoying because this isn't just a JavaScript implementation. This is very much a Node.js implementation. And they are doing a comparison to see if things are equal rather than actually using a verify. But I feel like it really is not clear what... what the encoding of that signature is. Or like parse, like... I mean, yeah, this is the thing to... This is outrageous. Binary, I don't know. This is so. This is just so. Okay. Web crypto is so astonishingly bad. I just don't even. I don't even know. So this makes the hash. But how do you like unhash? Like, how do you undigest? I mean, I just wrote the weird thing to do it, and maybe that's fine. But we're not even talking about, oh boy, oh boy. I clearly just don't know what I'm doing. I just do not know what I'm doing. None of this is like quite the thing I want an explanation of. I want an explanation of why they just sent a string of hex values separated by nothing, and I'm supposed to turn that into a byte array. That's fine. I'm fine doing that. I just didn't see anywhere that said like, hey, you need to do this. You know? Oh boy. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Verify that message is from Twitter. Okay, process the signature. So this seems crazy. There's got to be a better way to do this. I mean, I'm sure there's a way that I could write like a fancy for each or something, but although I don't actually know because it's 2 characters at a time. There probably is like a uint8 array add, so we could, it could probably be like append byte, something like this. Probably do something like this. Maybe? I don't even know anymore. No, we broke it. Append byte is not a function. What do you have to do? Append byte. That looks like a thing you should be able to do. We don't know the length yet. How can we do this? Okay, maybe you can't actually do this. Well, I don't really want to append a byte. I really just want to, like I know that I want it to be 32 bytes. Like I just want to set a byte. Can one do that? Can you set a byte? Oh my gosh, this is not what I needed to deal with my crankiness. I don't want an array, I just want a single value. And I guess we could do that. But you'd think there'd be a way to just... Like, can I use this as an array? Can I do... I really do kind of want to append. Oh, whatever. This is... Oh, what's the right way to do this? Well, let's stay with this. It works, I think. So if not valid, I don't remember. What's the right? What's not authorized? 401. If I do this, then we're good. If I do this, we should get an invalid signature. Okay, binary. How did this happen to me? 6 hours for like something that I don't care about. Like so something's wrong with my brain, obviously, because a normal person definitely would have been like, "Hey, this isn't even that important right now." Okay, well, we can get notified now, so it's very exciting. And this is just the JSON data that we've received. So now what do we do? So we have this stupid thing we can click, and we have this stupid thing, and it somehow took 6 hours to do this, which is just staggering. What is status 204? What is status 204? No content. Okay, like you did great, but we have nothing to tell you, right? Is that what's going on? Oh, sorry, we can't do that. We have to send back. Okay. So that works. That works. Good gravy. How did that take a day of my whole life? Get out of here. I don't know. I whatever. I don't know. I've tried to reflect on this. Like, how did it take me so long to figure that out? I mean, it was like maybe I should have spotted those patterns more quickly. Maybe somewhere was clear documentation of the thing I was trying to do, but it really felt like I was having to reverse engineer that. Binary time travel. So in summary, the way that signature was encoded maybe is a totally standard thing. But I did not stumble across it, and I felt like I looked quite a bit. Once I could see the pattern, it didn't take too long to get there, I guess, but boy. Okay, anyway, so we did this garbage. Responding to a challenge request. I feel like we did this. This is a little bit of a concern. If we get revoked, that really means we have to be responsible for making sure that our subscription is maintained, and it's really stupid that they revoke my subscription and I have to respond with a verify subscription. So I kind of want to trigger a revoke. But can I not? So verify subscription. And trigger. Oh, I can't test a revoke. Oopsie. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that took me so long. Oh my entire gosh. So I try revoke. Like, what's the right way to fake revoke a thing? Revoke. Set a draining ticket, revoke the thing and pass this -R. Trigger a revoke. We properly, I mean, we're not really handling it. We're just saying like, hey, we were gonna revoked. Still said it was a notification, even though he said trigger revoke. Args. Revoke. User authorization revoke event. Is that different than the revoke? Kind of confused here. I just want to test the revoke. I mean, we had, what was the other thing we had in here? We had trigger subscribe. We did have this verify subscription, so maybe. So that's just to verify. So, I don't know. Hopefully this never happens. But if it does, what do we do? It's a bit worrisome. I mean, it says reasons that it will do it, and hopefully none of those would ever be true, but like, you'd think there would be a way to test revoke. Right? Like, notifications revoked. There's the status. There's a condition. Like, what are you supposed to do then? Like this, this seems terrible. It's like, okay, you just respond to the revocation request, but it's like, hey, like if we get revoked, our server is ruined, and we can't verify that we're actually responding to purchases. That's like a very big deal. It would be very bad if that happened. So you really feels like you got to handle that, and if you can't test revocation, then how, like, how do you effectively test revocation? Because that sounds really bad. I guess you have like a timer that runs. You do the you periodically run a timer to make sure, or try to make sure. This is bad. This is like not a good way to do things, actually. To have this thing totally parallel, the notion that they would take and debit bits without any seeming like any mechanism for you to verify that the thing you did actually happened, doesn't that seem terrible? Because it's really just like, use bits, done. We used bits, and Twitch is like, we used the bits, whatever. The fact that you could just be relying on that, and they could choose to revoke your WebSocket connection. I'm sorry, your event sub, your webhook setup. I mean, maybe they don't in practice, but so I don't know what you do about that. It's like periodically. Like, try make sure we're still subscribed. I did not mean to do this all day long. I really, really didn't, but here we are. Okay. Because I drank coffee today. I'm gonna blame that. So, like, we would get revoked like once a minute. Do we check? That seems insane. But like, you really I guess we do want to try to resub immediately if we get revoked. That's concerning. That doesn't seem good. Anyway, so now what? All right, we got this stupid thing. These buttons are looking great. They look very good. how the revocation thing is like pretty lame, especially that you can't test it. That seems like such a glaring issue. Oh, Sir Dave. Oh my gosh, somebody followed me during the it's during the nightmarish complaints. I do apologize for the crankiness. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's all me. Okay, here's this other thing that's super annoying is that we have to also subscribe to this thing. Okay. We need an app access token. I'm almost sure we figured out how to do that. Why would you not put a link here? 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 Authenticate your app and allow to. So since our not social user can use the endpoints require user notification, some Twitch APIs require. So how do you do this? They expire after about 60 days, so you should check that your app is valid by submitting a request to the validation endpoint. If your token has expired, generate a new one. This sucks. The web is a bad place. So tedious. So tedious. I really don't think it has to be this way. Getting tokens. But how do you get an app access token, friend? That's how we revoke it. How do you get one? App access tokens cannot be refreshed. Okay. But how do you get one? Getting tokens. App access token is only from an OAuth client credentials flow. Okie dokie. So we gotta like fetch a thing with a client ID and a client secret, and we'll get a token. Right. So we have to do this. And that'll give us a token, and it expires really soon, but whatever. We'll just like get a token anytime we have to do anything. But wait, how do we do this? Like, how do we actually do this? We don't have a server. So we need something to do the subscription. We could do the subscription totally independently, I guess. Pretty weird. Like to be able to do the subscription. So I kind of get it. Why when they show that, they show it with just the look at just here. Like I remember this. I remember it. I do remember it. Set the callback, you set the secret. So we've got to get a token. So it's like going to be a two-stage process, right? Oh my gosh. What a cranky day. I should go eat some food. I feel like just, I don't know. I've been complaining about this before. We got the vitamin D gummies, so maybe that's going to help things. But it just feels like lately, projects are just not flowing. And, you know, part of that's me getting hung up on stuff. But I just want to do things. I want to do things well. I want to do things correctly. So what is actually the right way to do this? Like, where do we want to do this subscription? Like, I get this. And we'll need a client secret. We'll need all that stuff. And that'll just be in the env, presumably. Which I'm sure I will accidentally show on stream hundreds of times. Because that's just, it's kind of the way I do things. You know, I just like to show. Okay, but today, what do I want to do today? Like today, I actually would like to try to subscribe to this. You know, like I kind of want to try to just. But it's actually, it's hard, right? Because so like get the token, get that we were just there. You know, we got to do this stuff. And the issue is that even once we get this stuff, like once this stuff exists, it's still a little bit tricky because obviously it is a it's got to be live, you know, it's got to be on the internet. So we need to, so basically we have to deploy this thing. We have to deploy this as it stands, which is, that's okay. I mean, you know, whatever. This is the heat broker. We probably could just deploy it right now, right? We probably could just deploy this and it would sort of work. And then we would have to point this to whatever the URL ends up being. Let's just try. Let's just try it. So now we have Heat Broker. I do kind of like the name Heat Broker. I think that's a pretty cool name. The Heat Broker, I'm into it. Okay, this is a very broken website. I didn't really expect it to throw an exception. Why would it throw an exception? This knows where the file is. It's set to be a module. Okay. Is this how you do this? I don't remember. So what is broken? Any number of things could be broken. End of JSON input. Okay, well that kind of makes sense. Like if it's not a post, we don't want to do a lot of this stuff, right? You really only want to do this if it's a post, all this verification. So all of this stuff really should go in here. At least the Cloudflare part kind of works. So what's the matter with you? So if it's a post, but if it's not a post, we really should just return a 404. So that's sort of weird. We should only do this inside here also. That's probably a thing. Okay. So let's publish this. Wrongler publish. The thing of like who's actually responsible for the like managing the subscription, it's a little tricky. Really? Oops. Oh, that's not right. Here, what am I doing? Okay, that's fine. An event sub would be the same problem. And so, okay, so now we should be able to do this thing. Okay, well, we can do that thing. So, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Oh my gosh, what a pain in the butt. And like, to validate all this stuff, how are we even gonna do that? I guess we could just, yeesh. Guess we can set this up to like forward to me. Like at home. Otherwise, it's gonna be not easy. Like, we've got to see that data. We've got to see those come in. I do kind of want to try though. I kind of want to just see. I kind of just want to see it happen. So, you know, if we did tail here, then the thing I would have to do is this. Like, I would have to get funny they don't show this with curl. They show curl everywhere else. I don't show it here. But I have my secret weapon. That was a good program, by the way. Postman. This is I'm satisfied with Postman. So, okay. So you're telling me, no, it's broken. So that we need to post here. But didn't I just say I wanted app? Like, if I want an app token, server to server. Okay, I want this. on your server, get an app access token by making this request. Client ID, comma, separate a list of scopes. I don't know what the freaking scopes are. Like bits, something. Bits read, view bits information for a channel. Like, what do I actually need to get that? It's like if we're looking at event sub and we're looking at subscription types, does it tell us the permissions we need? This is handy, so it's good. This is useful. We can have some info here. How do we know the scope? What? Does it not tell you the scope that you need for... Okay, so we don't need a scope here. We just have to match the OAuth client ID, must match the extension client ID. So it seems like we don't actually need a scope. So, cool, I guess. Something's not right here, though. Grant type. What's wrong? Oh, it just doesn't even have the scope. I see. Not in there. Okay. Client credentials, optional list of scopes. Okay. So this is the thing we're going to submit. So client ID is a thing that everybody knows, but there is a client secret. So I am going to try to not show that somehow. So I guess I'll just do it on this screen and I'll try to make that subscription happen. And somewhere in the process, rest assured, I will accidentally show all of the authentication information on screen. It's just kind of a tradition around here, sort of a thing we do for fun. Okay, so you're telling me I can go in here, I can look at Heat. Does Heat count as an application to have a client ID and a client secret for Heat? So that's an extension secret, but is that different than... Okay, there's a client ID here. So I guess the client secret... Well, now I'm afraid to do this. Do I have a client secret? I have an extension secret, but a client secret. I think I'm going to generate a new secret. Okay, so I'm going to run this. Invalid protocol. Great. Very good. Try it again. Invalid grants type. Good. Okay, we got an access token, so that seems promising. Meanwhile, now we want to, sure boy, now we want to do this. So this looks like a real hassle, but we'll try it. So we want this to be the URL, and we want to post the following information. We have these headers. So authorization is going to be a bearer token. And that token is going to come from here. Maybe. And then we need a client. Why do we have so many headers? Hide auto-generated. Okay, great. Client ID now. Client ID is one header. Content type is a header. Client ID is my client ID from over here. Content type is JSON. The body will be, I guess, raw. And this would be an example of the body. And we can beautify it. Okay, so what do we actually want? We want an event sub for event bits transaction create. The condition, pass the extension client ID do you want to expend it for. So the condition is this. Oh, actually, so I should just start with this. Okay. The extension client ID. I think this is my client ID. And the method is webhook. The callback will be here, right? And the secret will be, for now, this very good secret. Send. Data. Max total cost, total cost. Okay, so it seems like we got a response there that sort of seemed reasonable. So I don't know why we didn't see the verification come through though. Shouldn't we have seen the verification? Do we not log that? Maybe I didn't log it. Okay, probably should have logged that. No, we should have seen handling message of type. I am kind of confused here because so we got a response that seems heat broker J30 to workers to dev. We should be tailing this. I just want this to work. Can it just work? Like if I call this right now, the verify, shouldn't I have seen? Why didn't we see any logging here? View a stream of logs from a published worker. Like we got back the proper info, but we're not seeing any logging. Why would that be true? Why don't we see any logs? It's not like it's a you don't see logs in the Well, that is a problem, right? Oh. That seems like a problem. Exceptions. Outcome, okay. So why did just refreshing this show traffic, but hitting this no, there it is. I mean, that's not really what we wanted, but subscription already exists. Okay, that's fine. So we do have a subscription here. So then the whole thing we need to try to do is probably close this, and then somewhere we click this button. This button seems like it's not doing anything. Why does this button seem to do nothing? The button, it does nothing. Curious. Okay. We do this, we see the traffic. Heat, broker, J38, workers, deb, event sub, right? That was what we subscribed to. It seemed happy with the subscription. Extension.bits transaction bits underscore transaction dot create. Why do you think we're not seeing data here? Like, why do we? I'm pretty confused about this actually. Like, that we can see traffic hitting this, but I didn't see anything coming. Oh boy, do you not get it if it's an in development thing or something? If the oops. I love how many buttons we have now. Wait, now that's gone, and now heat's not working. Okay, we gotta do this. Clicked it, clicked it, clicked it. Nothing's happening. This is not. Cool, let's say. I don't understand why we didn't see Twitch's but we didn't see the subscription come in. So that would give us what we're subscribed to. How do we delete a subscription? Would look like this. So we just change this to a post. No, this is stupid. We need to. You have to give us subscriptions ID. Why is this so different than the? Okay, like another Postman tab. This needs to be a delete request. The subscription ID which of course it doesn't list it when we try to recreate it twice. So we have to also do this. We have to do this. And this is just a get. And we need authorization. Inherit for auth from parent. So I guess I should have added that as like a global thing. Anyway, a bearer token. I think that's the same bearer token. Looks that way. A bearer token, and then a client ID. Which this time is a header. Okay, so now we have the things we are subscribed to, and we have the things. We can see where it looks like it should go. Why don't we see that stuff? Why didn't we see Amazon's? Okay, that's just. I don't know why we didn't see them checking us out, you know? So we want to send a delete request to this endpoint. The subscription ID is this subscription ID from this last query, probably. The authorization token, bearer token, and we need a client ID in the headers. And let's submit it. Valid protocol. Submit it. We got a no content. So is that good? Let's get our subscription list. It says we have no subscriptions. Okay, so let's just verify. If I'm trying to do like a verify here, we definitely see it here for sure. So if we now try to subscribe, from somewhere, we got the subscription. Okay, we did it. We just got the hit. So that was the hit from Amazon. Sorry. Okay, we got that. We saw that. We saw it. So we are seemingly subscribed to Bits Transactions Create. So can anyone explain to me why, gosh, this is all such a hassle. Why, when we go somewhere, when we go, you know, somewhere, is it here? Here, and click this button, we don't see anything. I push the button, and I push the button, and I push the button. Is it because good grief. Is it because it's dev and dev stuff doesn't? Are we going to even see this if it's not marked dev? The problem here is we have no clue what's happening. We have zero idea what is happening when we're pushing this button. Are we using bits? We don't know. We just don't know. It does not appear that we are getting, and I'm pretty sure I'm clicking the button. We said we were going to use bits with the products queue. So do we accidentally have the loop back? No. So how do we... We're supposedly subscribed to the thing we want to be subscribed to. This is all so bad. It's just so not good. Every bit of it. We're definitely getting, you know, we can like trigger a what? I wish it would trigger the list, show the list of things we can trigger. But like we trigger a transaction, for example. Oh, that was weird. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry. Trigger a transaction to here. Uh-oh. What happened? How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh no. Notification response. Are we literally in trouble for saying okay right here? That worked locally, right? That didn't freak out locally. Miniflare allowed that. We would still, you'd think we would have seen that error. Okay, that was us. Wait, response with null body. Was that so bad? Handling message of type notification. So that was us handling the thing. And everything is okay. Outcome is okay. Everything's okay. So that was us like testing this against Oh, we don't see that here. So like, what is the problem? What is the issue? We don't know. Is it like some kind of scope thing, like a permission thing? How can we know? Like, how could we know that? There's no way to know. Literally no way to know. I have to stop streaming. We have to stop. There's a way to like trigger a fake use bits so that we could. I just want to see if the webhook works, but how? Like, we got the verification thing. It seems like we responded. If we check the show us our subscriptions, it shows status enabled. The condition is that the client ID is me. And I appear to be me. It's the client ID for the extension. Unless extension client ID is a different thing? I don't think it is. I mean, maybe it is. Is that possible? I just showed a secret. I knew it. Knew I would show a secret. Oh well, that's fine. We'll change the secret. No, we got a new secret. Sorry, too slow. Pretty weird. It left my old token valid though. Like if I try to do this, invalid client secret, yeah. But my current client secret is valid. There's probably a button to like revoke them all. Okay, so it says I'm subscribed to that thing. It says I'm subscribed. We'd have another response with null body status. Are you not supposed to do that? Response with null body status cannot have a body. So that's an exception for handling message of type notification. Message type notification. We're responding null. Okay, did I actually push this? Just double check. And let's tail this. Like, do the thing where we delete this. Go through this one more time. We're gonna delete that subscription. We now have no subscriptions. We're gonna subscribe again. We should get a thing. Yeah, we got the thing. No exceptions, handling. Okay, so we're good here, right? We got the business. As far as we know, Amazon thinks we're all good to receive nonsense. Let's just test it from here. If we were gonna send one of these, did we get that okay? Outcome's okay. Yeah, we got a notification message. So that seems okay. But then when we go somewhere, wherever the thing is, I'm going to close the window that has the secret on it. How's that sound? I'm going to start closing lots of windows, and maybe that will encourage me to stop this madness. Why don't we get this? Like, does it just not process because I am me? Binary, are you around? Let's change this back to in development. Right? We're in development. We have this thing. Let's refresh it. Binary's time traveling. Feel like it's not working. But maybe it just doesn't even bother processing because I am me, you know? Like, enhanced experiences. I don't know how to test this. I don't think I can simulate bits with a developer rig. That's not true at all. It doesn't work. Like, this is just going to give me 401 errors, right? I don't think we can test from in there. So how can you do this? How do we do this? How can you do this? How can you do this? How can you do it? I just don't know. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. Look, every part of this is so not good. I feel like it's so clumsy, like so hard to do anything. I thought it was going to be easier to do this, to use the webhooks. And now we've spent, I don't even know, 5 hours just on the stupid webhooks. Like, what do we do? Does it have to be a separate account? Do I have to make a test account or something? Do I have a test account? I just don't know. I mean, it feels, I don't know. It just feels bad. You know? It just feels bad. Like, how do you test this? Java. Where does this is not? Did I do it wrong? I mean, we saw the verification come through, right? We saw the thing, and right now if I run the thing, it will tell us. And this seems to work. Although that one didn't come, we didn't see that one down here. So is there something weird about the logging? I don't know. I just don't know the answer. No indication of what's going on. No indication. The cost is weird. I wonder what that means. Like max total cost? Total cost? What does that mean? I mean, is this just not the way to do this? Do we just spend all these hours verifying this token, the token and all that stuff for no reason, just to get webhooks work, and they don't actually work? I guess we could add a couple other webhooks. Okay, let's try one more thing. And then I'm seriously done. Let's try to just subscribe. Gosh, anything else we subscribe to, we won't have the scope for it though. Is there anything in here that doesn't suck? Oh, subscribe, subscription. Goal, hype train, stream online, stream offline. Users updated their account. It's not great. I mean, I guess this one would be the only one we could really easily try is channel update, but we probably need a scope. No authorization required. Category, title, mature flag, whatever. So let's just try this. Basically, I just want to grab this broadcaster user ID. So let's subscribe. don't remember how. Is how we're supposed to do this? Yes. The broadcaster user ID is my broadcaster user ID that I don't remember. That is normally all over the place, that the world is normally plastered in. To this, right? Okay, we have now applied to this. Did we get a hit for that? No callback verification. So we should get data when we edit the channel. I didn't see anything. What a frustrating day. What another frustrating day with the Twitch API. What an endlessly frustrating series of days trying to make the Twitch API do anything. Wasn't there just a... There's not a thing for just updating the channel? Is it stream change? What event is that? Channel that update. Okay, we did get this. So we got that from test land. So now I'm going to try to really do this at an exclamation point here. And we got it. So we did get webhook stuff, and we did apparently verify the secret. That was weird because we get two of those. Okay, we're getting more now suddenly. What are these? It says retry. Retry 1, retry 2. That doesn't seem good. But where is the... That's the message ID. Message. That's a signature. That's the timestamp. That's the type is notification. Channel update. So we keep getting all these, and we keep getting retries. So that seems a little weird. Are we not acknowledging these properly? Maybe we were supposed to acknowledge a retry. I mean, we responded okay. Handling events, like, if there's a notification, what are we supposed to do? Oh, this just responds with a 204. So why did we get 3 retries there? for the channel update. That's kind of a concern, right? Why did that happen? We got 3 retries from that. Okay, anyway, this still doesn't work, right? We still get nothing here. This is the worst. Truly the worst. But maybe it's because I'm me. Like I'm the broadcaster, so I can't do it, so I have to log into a fake account. Is that... Okay, we just have to be done. This is insane. 7-hour stream and we accomplished basically nothing. That is so frustrating. It took so long to do the stupid it took so long to verify the stupid thing. To verify the stupid request. Obviously, I should not have done that. I should have just left that like, hey, verify this later, and then pushed to the server and made sure that this thing actually worked as expected. I can see those. I can see the fake ones. Really weird. Like the is it something about the type? Because I didn't see the. I don't understand why we're bouncing back the requests. It's a subscription type. Message type is a notification, and that's all we're really looking for. We're not looking for anything fancy. We just want to say event sub, and it's a post, and look for the message type. There's something different about a real message type versus the fake ones we're getting. Message type is just Twitch event sub message type. Twitch event sub message type. Pretty weird. Because we got 3 retries, and it sort of seemed like we didn't handle it. It sort of seemed like we didn't properly handle it. Which is weird because the verification seemed okay. I don't know. Anyway, I'm very discouraged by this. Why do they make it so tedious and hard and clunky and inscrutable? Like, how am I supposed to know why this doesn't work? Where is it breaking? I have no way to inspect that, right? Like, I don't have any way to, I can get, I guess I can get my subscriptions, things that I'm subscribed to. But I don't get any info about them. Like, they're not telling me anything about if there's issues or errors or whatever. Would it appear to be the right client ID? So why am I not getting them here? Is it really just because I am me? That's sort of what it feels like. Ugh, okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. I don't want to, but I'm gonna. I don't remember the password for this, but we have like... Can anyone remember the password or bot made this? Does anybody know? Anybody? Oh, so frustrating. So frustrating. What a frustrating day. Once again, just... Okay, that's apparently the password. Great news. So, bot made this. Is this... Are you serious? Version must be in a local... What? What? I can't allow people? Version must be in local test to add users? Okay, move to local test, switch to access. This makes no sense. Makes zero sense at all. Why would you need to... Who knows? Okay, and now we move it back to hosted because for some reason I couldn't give access to someone. Twitch, why are you so bad? Why are you so bad? Okay, try this. I'm gonna accept this. I'm gonna click this button. It just inexplicably pops up. A heat window. When I click the... Is that supposed to be... Am I supposed to see some confirmation there or something? Like, what are we doing? Anybody know? We see this, we click this, we accept this, we click this, and this pops up. What does that mean? How did Binary get that test thing? That obviously doesn't work. Why would you think that would work? Okay, we gotta watch a Sonic commercial because I'm trying to test something here. Great. Awesome. Oh, my gift sub expired. Oh, that was weird. I guess because I was in a channel. Huh. Or in the channel when someone gifted subs. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. I 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 just do not know. I truly don't know. I don't know what to do differently. I don't know I just don't know. I don't know why this is popping up this weird invisible heat menu. I don't understand what this is. I don't know. It's so not good. It's just so not good. Really impressively bad. Okay, well, I don't know what to do. I'm so just astounded. Okay, like, I'm very frustrated that I spent 5 hours on that stupid verification thing, and then had it not. We're not getting that. We're not getting the, like, maybe it's something astonishingly stupid. Like, you don't get that callback while an extension is being developed. I just don't. I don't even know what to guess. It's so stupid. I don't know. I don't know. So what do we do? What do we do? We I guess we. I mean, the other option is that we fetch and we hit our EBS. Oh, Binary. I don't know if I have it in me to stream more, but we might need to. Binary, can you please try to if you click the fake, like, buy heat button, does it do anything? Like the spend 100 bits, whatever. Like, can you do that and click? Do you get anything? Because yesterday when you did it, you got a little pop-up confirmation, right? Didn't you get some kind of confirmation? Okay, so you do get the confirm. Oh my gosh, did it just work? Is that you? I can see you do it? No, that's username test broadcaster. Wait, I thought I saw something work. No, that's broadcaster name is test broadcaster. A success bits balance. Wait. For one moment, it almost seemed like something worked. But that must not be. That's from the Twitch CLI. So I'm not seeing. Okay, sorry, if you wouldn't mind, can we try this one more time? Let me just kill this because it seems broken. Let me do a Wrangler tail. Let me verify that I can get a test transaction. So I have one test transaction. Okay, sorry. Can you try a few times, refresh, whatever. Just try to click that button. But I don't think I'm getting anything. Wait, no. Enable heat for 1 minute. Why were you able to do it? Was that you? That's the broadcaster user ID. Yeah, binary C. What? Why? Why are you able to do it and I'm not able to do it? Okay, so, well, I don't know whether to say that was all a waste of time or not all a waste of time. I really don't. I really do not. Because the whole other, you know, the like very grim reality here that I lost sight of is part of why I went this route was so that we wouldn't have to verify a JSON Web Token. And then we ended up spending even more time trying to verify that the signature. So I don't know what to say. When I click this button, it does nothing. And when I log in as another me, it seems to does nothing. Do you think I have to have a bits balance just to... Shouldn't it pop up something to let me... It's supposed to pop up something to let me buy bits if I don't have bits. It didn't actually charge you bits, did it? Well, the hover thing was like to hover and show your balance. That's a different thing. I can't believe this worked. Why didn't... If it's more, then... I mean, should I buy some bits for... Oh boy, I don't know. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's... It now costs 10,000 bits. That actually work? Show your devotion. Spend 10,000 bits. It just doesn't do anything for me. It pops up this empty window. You did get a buy bits pop up. So why don't I get that? I just get this window, this empty window. Is this what, like, your buy bits pop up is inside this, I presume? Like, inside here or something? Would you mind throwing a screenshot into Discord? I'm gonna eat a terrible dinner on purpose just because I'm so frazzled. I really thought today was gonna be the day that was like, we get it. The day where things were gonna be less terrible. But I was wrong. I was dead wrong. Okay, let me try to log in as bot made this again. Maybe there's some...
A lot better now that I've got the crispy chicken sandwich.
Oh my god, shut up. And over here. Oh, I didn't really know that that would stream that on the desktop. Uh-oh. Are there any secret emails? I don't think so. Oh, I did just show the access code, though. That was great. Oh, well. Whatever. Somebody can log in as me. You're too late. Or did you do it? Did you steal the security code? Wait, that was the old one. That was the old code anyway. You're too late. You'll never get in. That was a pretty weird thing to happen. I don't think I realized that, actually. I wonder how many, if I've done that in the past, where I've like switched to the other window to check an email, and then... That's a little scary. Uh-oh. Have I done that? Okay, this is not what I want to do. I want bot made this. I want. I want to switch over here. I want to hopefully get a new email. Oh? No? Okay, it worked. Okay. And then I'm logged in as Bob made this. It's got another great email. We accept this. We click the thing. It just pops up an empty window. It pops up an empty broken window. But presumably that's because I don't have bits. So you're kind of telling me that if I bought some bits, that it would work. I tried in Chrome and in Edge, like Chrome-based Edge. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll buy some bits. Let's do it. Can't believe I just bought bits. I mean, it's definitely supposed to pop up a thing that lets you buy bits, right? Maybe it's just broken. Who knows? Okay, let's try this. I don't really have any confidence that this is going to work. It worked. Well, it popped. Okay, it popped up the. Why would it pop up a totally empty window if you don't have any bits? Okay, let's go edit this. Let's change it back down to 1. We'll say it's 1 bit. Let's refresh this. Oh my gosh. Twitch. Confirm. But it didn't, I didn't see the event. So let me like run Wrangler tail again, just in case the problem's with Wrangler tail. I don't really think the problem's with Wrangler tail. Push this button. Confirm. Okay, I saw it. I did see it that time. And then I saw success. Confirm. It's pretty funny that it adds a button every time. I don't know that I trust this. I don't know that I trust this as a way to like get the transaction information from people when they... Okay, so just for posterity, we're going to do this. We're going to accept. We're going to do the nonsense, and we got it. We're here. Sounds like a straight up bug, but every part of this has been so tedious and difficult. How I couldn't know if it was just a bug or if something was wrong, but yes, I would agree. Sounds like a straight up bug. Okay, anyway, like, has the last 5 hours been a total waste of time? Almost 6 hours. Should I have just done a fetch? Like, should I have just hit my server the same way I hit the server when there's a click? Would that have been the better thing to do? It would have still been annoying because it would have been harder to... I thought this would be easier because I could test it locally. You don't like this. You don't like this API for brokering the transaction? Well, I think I may agree with you. In reading this morning before I started streaming, I saw a few people say, like, recommend this. I mean, the reason that this API seems like an okay idea is then it's straight from the horse's mouth. It's like, oh, Amazon is telling you, like Twitch is telling you the transaction happened, not some individual client, like some rando is telling you the transaction happened. Is the reason that this is supposed to be appealing. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. And they don't seem to have a way to like fail a transaction. I don't know. So the other option is just on click. We call it from and on click, you know, which presumably wouldn't have worked until we just did the thing we did also. Like presumably that would have not worked without me having any bits. And I agree with you. It seems like a straight up bug. Seems straight up broken. I guess. I'm gonna play sax sounds on my own stream. Okay, thank you for helping Tess Binary. What a wasted day of my entire life. I mean, whatever. We learned some things, I guess. We learned some stupid stuff about web crypto that I don't actually want to know. We got this webhook thing working that I'm not really convinced that I like it. I guess what we did validate. One, we did validate we can send modifier clicks. So that's fine. And two, we did verify that we can create a heat transaction from inside the overlay. We don't have to do it on a component or a panel, which I didn't think we did, but who knows? So, and I guess now we are set up for an event subserver where I guess if we want to, we can subscribe to whatever we want for, so maybe that's actually the real value here is that we have this event subserver. Although if I just wanted to do it for other stuff, I would not have cared that much about validating the token. Oh, like I build my own event sub kind of thing? I mean, I guess you could just have like a queue. You just stick stuff in KV and it comes out. Okay, anyway. Well, we did it, I guess. I just don't even know what to think about it. I mean, the event sub, there's this whole list of other stuff we can get now. Like, I don't care. I don't know that I care that much about this stuff, but here it is. Like, here's some stuff we can know. For whatever it's worth. Some of the stuff I was eventually wanting to add to bot made this anyway, so great, I guess. Oh, just the idea. Yeah, I really don't like the way they do it. I mean, like the normal, like I said earlier, I've used other webhooks. I've used other services with webhooks, and it was not, you didn't have to jump through all the hoops. Much easier. I mean, I don't know. It does seem good to have this. This seems like the better way to get some of the stuff in Bot Made This that we're currently, I don't even know how we're getting some of the stuff in Bot Made This. Like, that's good. Like, gifts, these things, whatever. Still, I'm not totally sure about Bot Made This. running local versus remote. Local lets us like fire off random local things, but maybe it's both. Bot made this probably needs to become a worker. Oh no, I can't. Can't do that. That's outrageous, because then I have a persistent WebSocket connection and it's going to cost me money. Okay. We seriously have to be done. Binary, thank you for your help. I appreciate it. Anybody else who's watching this, I have no idea why anyone would ever spend 8 hours watching this. I'm going to post it on YouTube just because that's what I do. But man, what a... I just want like a day where things go smoothly. Wouldn't that be good? I know I'm partially to blame here. I can't decide how much to blame myself. Like, maybe I'm just bad at this. Maybe I'm bad at it. Or maybe it's bad. Maybe both. I don't know. It's a crisis. Okay, goodbye. Thank you.